Hey there, and welcome back. Tonight, we're stepping into the warm, smoky heart of a Tudor kitchen. Not the grand dining halls where nobles feasted on swan and peacock. Their tables groaning under silver platters and Venetian glass. Not the private chambers where ladies embroidered by candlelight or the great halls where minstrels played. No, tonight we're going somewhere else entirely. Somewhere most people never thought about, even in Tudor times. We're going to the kitchen, the real kitchen, the place where the actual work happened. This is where the food came from. All of it. Every roasted joint of meat, every loaf of bread, every pie and pastry and pottage. It all began here, in these stone-floored, smoke-filled rooms, created by the hands of people whose names we'll never know. Kitchen servants, the invisible workers who kept the great Tudor households running. Their days didn't start when the sun rose. They started long before, in the cold, dark hours of the morning. And they didn't end when the sun set. They ended late, sometimes after midnight, when the last pot was scrubbed and the fire was finally banked for the night. 18 hours was not unusual. Sometimes it was longer. These weren't skilled artisans or learned professionals. Most couldn't read or write. They weren't training for anything better. This was their life. This was what they did, day after day, year after year. Some of them started as children, barely 8 or 9 years old, and worked in kitchens until their bodies gave out. Their world was fire and water, stone and iron, meat and dough. Their days were measured not in hours but in tasks completed. Bread baked, water carried, spits turned, pots scrubbed. Before we begin our journey into this world, if you enjoy these slow dives into history, these gentle explorations of the everyday past, consider subscribing. But only if it genuinely brings you some peace. Only if it helps you unwind. And if you'd like, leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from and what time it is. I always find it fascinating to know who's here with me in these quiet hours. Are you in Australia watching the sunrise? In California watching it set? In London, in the middle of the night? Wherever you are, you're welcome here. Now, settle in. Dim your lights if you haven't already. Maybe adjust your pillow. Get comfortable. Pull your blanket up a little. And let's ease into the world of Tudor kitchen servants together. A world that smelled of wood smoke and roasting meat and honest sweat. A world that moved at the pace of a turning spit, slow and steady, hour after hour after hour. A world where nothing happened quickly, where every task took time, and where patience wasn't a virtue but a requirement. Let's begin in the darkness, before dawn. When the manor house is still asleep, and the first servants are just beginning to wake. The day began in darkness. Not the peaceful darkness of a quiet bedroom, with soft pillows and warm blankets. Not the gentle darkness of a room with windows curtained against the night, but the close, breath-warm darkness of a shared sleeping space. A cramped room, often in the attic above the kitchen or tucked into a corner near the scullery. A space filled with bodies and breathing, and the sounds of sleep. Tudor kitchen servants rarely had rooms of their own. That was a luxury reserved for upper servants. The butler might have his own small chamber. The head cook, if they were important enough, might have their own space. But the kitchen boys, the scullery maids, the undercooks, the turnspits, they slept together. Sometimes 6 to a room, sometimes 8. In the busiest households, even more. The room would be sparse. Straw mattresses on simple wooden frames, or sometimes just straw pallets on the floor. Each person would have a rough woolen blanket, maybe two if they were lucky, a shared chamber pot in the corner, perhaps a single small window, more gap than glass, stuffed with rags in winter to keep out the worst of the cold. The walls were plain plaster, often stained with damp. The ceiling low, with exposed beams. The air was thick. That's the thing people don't often think about. The air in a room where 8 people have been sleeping all night. In a time when bathing was infrequent and clothes were worn for days or weeks at a time. It was thick with the smell of bodies, of wool and sweat, of breath and sleep. Not unpleasant exactly, just human. Close. Warm from all those bodies generating heat. You could hear everything. The snoring, and there was always snoring. Someone always snored. The occasional cough. The rustle of straw when someone shifted position. The creak of a wooden bed frame. Someone murmuring in their sleep. The settling sounds of the old building itself. The timbers contracting in the cold night air. Around 4 in the morning, sometimes earlier, sometimes a bit later, depending on the season and the household's schedule. The first servant would wake, usually the undercook, or the head kitchen boy, sometimes the most senior of the scullery maids. Whoever was responsible for getting the fire started and the kitchen ready for the day. They'd wake not because someone roused them, but because their body told them it was time. When you've woken at the same hour for years, for decades even, your body learns. You don't need a bell. You don't need someone shaking your shoulder. Your eyes just open. At first, you're not sure why. The darkness is complete. There's no light at the window yet, but something inside you knows. It's time. For a moment, you lie there. Your body is warm under the blanket, even if your nose is cold. The straw mattress has molded itself to your shape over the night. You're not comfortable exactly. These aren't soft beds, but you're at rest. And you know that as soon as you move, as soon as you push that blanket aside, the cold will hit you. So you lie there for just a moment more, gathering your resolve, listening to the others sleep around you, knowing that in a minute, you'll disturb this peace. Then you move, slowly, carefully. You push the blanket back. The cold air hits your skin immediately. Even in summer, this hour is cool. In winter, it's bitter. You can see your breath, or you would if there were any light. Your shift, the simple linen undergarment you've slept in, offers almost no protection. But you don't pause. Pausing makes it worse. Visual, close-up of rough woolen blanket being pushed aside, hand emerging, bare feet touching cold stone floor. Your feet find the floor. Stone, or sometimes just hard-packed earth, covered with rushes. The floor is always cold, always. In deepest summer, it might be cool. In winter, it's like ice. Your feet have calluses, thick ones, from years of walking these floors. But you still feel it. That shock of cold against the soles of your feet. You stand, and for a moment, you're unsteady. Your body is still half in sleep. Your muscles are stiff from lying in one position too long. From yesterday's work, that never really stops aching. You know where your clothes are. You left them nearby within reach. Reaching out in the darkness, your hands find them. The woolen hose first. You sit back down on the edge of the bed to pull them on, trying not to make too much noise. The wool is rough against your skin. These aren't fine hose. They're thick and coarse, and they itch a little, but they're warm. Or warmer, anyway. You pull them up, tie them to the waist of your undergarment with simple string ties. Then your outer shirt. more wool, or maybe a rough linen if it's summer. You pull it over your head. The smell of it is familiar. Smoke from the kitchen fires, old sweat, the general smell of work. It hasn't been washed in a week, maybe more. But you don't think about that. This is just how clothes smell. How your clothes smell. How everyone's clothes smell. A jerkin next, perhaps. Leather or heavy wool. Something to protect your shirt a little from the sparks and splashes of kitchen work. You pull it on, lace it up with practiced fingers that don't need light to find the holes. Visual. Servant lighting a tallow candle, its weak flickering light, shadows dancing on whitewashed walls. Now you need light. Carefully, quietly, you make your way to the small table near the door. Your feet know the path. You've walked it hundreds of times. You don't trip over the sleeping bodies. Don't knock against the bed frames. Your hand finds the candle. Tallow, it's always tallow down here. The nobles get beeswax, which burns clean and smells faintly sweet. You get tallow, rendered from animal fat, which smokes as it burns and smells like, well, like animal fat. Next to the candle is the tinderbox. You pick it up, feeling the weight of it. Inside is the flint, the steel, the charcloth. You've done this so many times you barely think about it. Hold the charcloth. Strike the flint against the steel, once, twice, 3 times. Sparks fly in the darkness, tiny orange stars that live for a heartbeat and then die. Again, again, and then one catches. The charcloth begins to glow, a tiny ember of orange light. You blow on it gently. Too hard and it goes out. Too soft and it doesn't grow. Just right. The glow spreads. You touch it to the candle wick. For a moment, nothing. Then the wick catches. A small flame, weak and wavering. You shelter it with your hand until it steadies. The light it gives isn't much. It pushes back the darkness by perhaps 6 feet. Beyond that, everything is still shadows and shapes. But it's enough. Enough to see the other sleeping forms. Enough to make your way to the door. Enough to start the day. You pick up the candle holder, a simple clay dish with a handle. The candlelight makes the shadows dance on the whitewashed walls. Makes everything flicker and move. You look back once at the room full of sleepers. They'll wake soon enough. In an hour, maybe less. But for now, they sleep. And you have work to do. You open the door, careful with the latch, so it doesn't click too loudly. Step into the narrow hallway. Close the door behind you. The hallway is even colder than the room was. No body heat here. Just stone and plaster and cold air. Your breath makes clouds. The candle flame flickers in the draught. Visual, empty kitchen hearth. Cold and grey, ashes from previous day, wide stone fireplace. Then down the stairs. Narrow stairs, steep stairs. Stone steps worn smooth by countless feet over countless years. You descend carefully, one hand on the wall for balance, the other holding the candle. The flame flickers with each step. Down, down, into the deeper darkness of the manor's working levels. And then you're there. The kitchen. Your domain. Your workplace. Your world. At this hour, it's almost unrecognizable. During the day, it's organized chaos. Fire blazing. Pots bubbling. People everywhere moving with purpose. Calling instructions. The clatter of knives on cutting boards. The sizzle of meat. The shout of orders. A warm, loud, bright, busy place. But now it's still. Silent except for the sound of your own breathing. Cold. Dark beyond the reach of your single candle. The great hearth is just a black mouth in the wall. The preparation tables are empty expanses of dark wood. The pots and pans hang on their hooks like sleeping animals. Everything waits. You can smell last night's cooking, faint but still present. Roasted meat, onions, the ever-present smell of smoke that never really leaves. The kitchen stones hold the scent of 1,000 meals. You walk to the hearth, set your candle down carefully on the stone mantel. Look into that black cave where yesterday the fire roared. Now there's nothing but grey ash and the ghost of warmth. If you're lucky, if the fire was banked properly last night, there might be embers buried in that ash. Coals that held their heat through the night, waiting to be revived. Visual. Hands gathering kindling, arranging small sticks in fireplace, close-up of flint and steel sparking. But first, you need to prepare. You kneel before the hearth. The stones are hard against your knees, even through the wool hose. You'll be here for a while. Might as well get comfortable, or as comfortable as you can be. The ash needs to be cleared. Carefully, you begin to scrape it away with the small iron shovel kept for this purpose. The ash is fine and grey, like grey snow. It gets on your hands, under your fingernails. You scrape it into an ash bucket. This won't be thrown away. Ash is useful. It's used for making soap, for scouring pots, for a dozen other tasks. Nothing is wasted in a Tudor kitchen. As you clear the ash, you're looking for embers. Sometimes you find them, sometimes you don't. Tonight you're lucky. Beneath the ash, you find a few coals still holding a faint orange glow. Your heart lifts a little. This will make things easier. You carefully arrange these coals in a small pile, giving them air, letting them breathe. Now the kindling. You have a basket of it nearby, prepared yesterday evening for exactly this moment. Small dry twigs, bits of bark, wood shavings from the carpenter's shop, curled and papery and perfect for catching fire. You select the smallest, driest pieces. Build a small nest of them near the coals. Not on top of the coals. You need the heat to rise into the kindling, not be smothered by it. You blow gently on the coals, your face close to the hearth. Blow and watch the orange intensify. Blow again. The coals respond, glowing brighter. A tiny wisp of smoke rises. Again. The heat is building, and then almost magically a twig catches. A small flame, barely bigger than your candle flame. But it's fire. Real fire. You add more kindling, careful not to smother it. The flame grows. Licks at another twig. Catches. Grows again. Now you can add slightly larger pieces. The fire needs to be fed, gradually, patiently. Too much too fast and you'll kill it. Too little and it will die on its own. Just right and it will grow. The light is growing now. Orange and yellow light, pushing back the shadows. And with the light comes warmth. At first, just a hint. Then more. The heat on your face and hands as you feed the fire. The smoke rising up the chimney, most of it. Some of it curls back into the room, making your eyes water slightly. But that's normal. That's how it always is. Larger sticks now, then small logs. The fire is established now, crackling and popping. The heart of the kitchen is beating again. The warmth spreads. Not far yet, just a few feet from the hearth. But it's growing. You sit back on your heels and look at what you've created. From cold ash and dark coals to living fire. This is the foundation of everything. Without fire, there's no cooking, no heat, no light, no kitchen at all. Really, your hands are black with ash. Your face feels flushed on one side from the heat, cold on the other from the air. Your knees ache from kneeling on stone. But the fire is lit. The day has begun. There was something meditative about this process, though that's not a word a Tudor kitchen servant would have used. Something that required your full attention, but didn't demand your thoughts. Your hands knew what to do. Your body knew the movements. And as the fire slowly grew, so did the day. From darkness to light, from cold to warm, from sleep to waking. You stand, your knees creaking. Add one more log to the fire. Make sure it's secure, won't roll out. The fire is self-sustaining now. It will need more wood soon, but for now, it can manage on its own. You look around the kitchen again. It's different now with the firelight. The shadows are still deep in the corners, but the hearth area is warm and orange and alive. The day has begun, and there's so much to do. But for just this moment, for just these few minutes, the kitchen is yours alone. Peaceful, quiet except for the crackle of the fire. Soon others will come. Soon the work will begin in earnest. But right now, in this moment, there's just you and the fire and the ancient stones and the beginning of another day. You allow yourself this small moment of peace. Because in about 15 minutes, when the others wake and descend to the kitchen, there will be no more peace until night falls again. While you've been coaxing the fire to life, while the kitchen has been transforming from cold darkness to warm light, time has been passing. The sky outside, visible through the high windows, has shifted from pure black to deep blue. Not dawn yet, not quite, but the promise of it. That liminal time when night loosens its grip, but day hasn't yet taken hold. And now the other servants are waking. You can hear them upstairs, the creak of bed frames, feet on floors, muffled voices, the sounds of a dozen people rousing themselves from sleep. Dressing in the darkness, preparing for the day ahead. Soon they'll come down the stairs. Soon the kitchen will fill with people and purpose. But there's one group that needs to start even before they arrive in the kitchen proper. The water carriers. Usually the youngest of the kitchen boys, sometimes girls. Children, really. Ranging from about 8 years old to maybe 14. Their job is simple to describe, but exhausting to perform. The kitchen needs water. Enormous amounts of water. For cooking, for washing vegetables, for cleaning pots, for scrubbing tables, for rinsing hands. Gallon upon gallon of water every single day. And in a Tudor manor house, water doesn't come from a tap. There's no plumbing, no pipes hidden in the walls. Water comes from a well. And the well is outside, usually in the courtyard, sometimes even farther away. Which means that every drop of water used in the kitchen has to be carried there by hand. Visual. Young servant waking, thin blanket, small form rising, rubbing eyes. The water carriers sleep in the same cramped quarters as the other kitchen servants, but they wake differently. While you woke with the sureness of a long practice, they wake groggily. They're children, after all. Their bodies need sleep in a way that adult bodies have learned to do without. But need doesn't matter. Work needs doing. Someone shakes them awake. An older servant, perhaps, or they wake to the sounds of others moving around them. Eyes open reluctantly. Bodies that ache from yesterday's work and haven't had nearly enough rest. But there's no option to stay in bed. No morning when you can pull the blanket over your head and sleep just a little longer. You wake, you dress, you work. That's how it is. That's how it's always been. They dress quickly, shivering. The room is cold now that bodies are leaving beds. Now that warmth is dispersing. Hose, shirts, Perhaps a thin jacket. Most of them have only 2 sets of clothes. The ones they're wearing and one other set, equally worn. They dress in what they have. Visual. Young boy walking with 2 buckets on yoke across shoulders. Water sloshing slightly. Journey from well to kitchen. Then down to the kitchen where you're still tending the growing fire. A nod of acknowledgement. Instructions given. Fill the basins near the scullery first, then the great barrel by the preparation tables. They know this already. It's the same every morning, but the instructions are given anyway. Ritual and routine. They collect their equipment, the yoke and buckets. The yoke is a shaped piece of wood, curved to rest across the shoulders, with the notches at each end where rope handles attach to buckets. This distributes the weight more evenly than carrying a single bucket in each hand would. But it's still heavy, very heavy when the buckets are full. Out they go into the courtyard. The shock of outside air hits them immediately. Inside the kitchen, there's the fire now, warmth spreading. But out here? Out here it's the full cold of early morning. In winter, it can be brutally cold. Your breath makes great clouds. Your ears and nose and fingers go numb within minutes. In summer, it's merely cool, actually pleasant for a moment. But pleasant or not, there's work to do. The courtyard at this hour is empty. The stones are damp with dew. There's often a mist hanging in the air, not thick enough to be fog, but enough to blur the edges of things. The manor house rises around them, most windows still dark. Here and there, a light shows where an early riser has lit a candle, but mostly it's still sleeping. The well is in the center of the courtyard, a circular stone structure, maybe 4 feet high, with a peaked wooden roof to keep rain from fouling the water. A windlass with a crank, a long rope with a bucket attached to the end. This bucket is different from the carrying buckets. It's specially designed for well work, narrow enough to fit down the well shaft. Visual. Wooden bucket being lowered into well, rope unwinding, handle creaking. The first carrier steps up to the well, places their hands on the crank, begins to unwind the rope. The windlass creaks with each turn. It's a sound they know well, a rhythmic creaking that becomes part of the background music of their mornings. The rope pays out, the bucket descends into darkness. The well is deep, very deep. You can't see the water from the top, not even in daylight. You just let the rope out and wait until you feel the bucket hit water. There's a particular feeling when it does. A slight change in the tension. Then you let out just a bit more rope to allow the bucket to sink and fill. You can hear it if you listen carefully. That faint splash echoing up from far below. Then you reverse direction. Start cranking the handle the other way, winding the rope back up. This is the hard part. A bucket of water is heavy. The well bucket itself probably weighs 5 or 6 pounds empty. Full of water, 30 pounds, maybe more. And you're pulling it up from maybe 30 or 40 feet down. For an adult, this is hard work. For a child of 8 or 10, it's exhausting. Their thin arms strain. Their faces scrunch up with effort. Crank, crank, crank. Hand over hand on the handle. The rope winds slowly back onto the windlass. The bucket rises from the depths, foot by foot. Finally, after what feels like forever, the bucket appears at the top of the well. Water sloshes in it, cold and clear and fresh. They grab it carefully. If you drop it now, all that work was for nothing. And hook it out of the well, setting it on the stone edge. Now they pour this water into their carrying buckets. The 2 wooden buckets hanging from the yoke. They divide the water between them, trying to make them equal so the weight will be balanced. Water splashes. Their hands get wet. In winter, wet hands in cold air is a recipe for chilblains. Those painful swellings that itch and burn. But there's no way around it. The work requires wet hands, visual, water being poured from well bucket into carrying buckets, splashing morning light catching droplets. The carrying buckets are filled, not quite to the brim because water will slosh as they walk, and spilling is wasteful, but as full as they can safely be. Each bucket now holds maybe 2 gallons, 4 gallons total. That's roughly 32 pounds of water, plus the weight of the buckets and yoke. For an adult, this is a heavy load, but manageable. For a child, it's almost more than they can carry. But they manage because they have to, because this is their job, because there's no one else to do it. They position the yoke across their shoulders. The wood rests against their upper back, across the tops of their shoulders. The buckets hang down on either side. The weight settles. It's immediately uncomfortable. The yoke digs into their shoulders. The weight pulls down. But this is familiar discomfort. They've done this hundreds of times, thousands of times. They start walking, small careful steps at first, adjusting to the weight, finding their balance. The water sloshes in the buckets with each step. Too much sloshing and they'll spill. They've learned to walk smoothly. Not exactly a glide, that's impossible with this much weight, but as smoothly as they can. Each step deliberate, from the well to the kitchen entrance. In this particular manner, that's perhaps 50 yards. Not far when you're walking empty-handed. An eternity when you're carrying 4 gallons of water. Their shoulders ache. The weight feels like it's trying to push them into the ground. Their neck strains to hold their head up. Their legs work to keep them upright and moving forward. Step, step, step. Watch where you're walking. The courtyard stones are uneven. A turned ankle would be disaster. Other servants are beginning to emerge from various doors. Grooms heading to the stables. Kitchen servants going about early tasks. Everyone nods to each other but few speak. It's too early for unnecessary conversation. The water carrier reaches the kitchen entrance. A low doorway. They have to duck slightly even though they're not tall. Inside to blessed warmth. The fire has grown now. The kitchen is no longer cold. The contrast is immediate and wonderful. Warm air on cold faces. Visual. Large stone basins being filled. Water splashing. Droplets catching firelight. To the scullery area they go. Large stone basins set into a work counter. They position themselves carefully and begin to pour. Lift one bucket, tip it. Water streams out into the basin. It sounds loud in the relative quiet of the early kitchen. Splash and gurgle. The basin begins to fill. First bucket empty. Lift the other, pour. More splashing. The second basin fills. Both buckets now empty. The yoke lifts from their shoulders. The relief is immediate and immense. Their shoulders feel strange suddenly, light and odd without the weight. They'll ache later. In fact, they already ache. But for this moment, there's relief. But only for a moment, because the basins aren't full. They need more water. Much more. And the great barrel by the preparation table hasn't even been started yet. So they turn around. Out to the courtyard again. Back to the well. Lower the bucket. Wait for the splash. Crank it back up. Fill the carrying buckets. Hoist the yoke onto shoulders that are already sore. Walk back. Pour. Return. Again. And again. and again. This is their morning. This is what they do. In the time between when they wake and when the kitchen fully comes to life and they're needed for other tasks, they might make this trip 30 times, 40 times, more. They lose count. It becomes a rhythm. Well, fill, carry, pour, return. Well, fill, carry, pour, return. Visual close-up of chapped hands. Red from cold water, gripping bucket handle. Their hands become red and raw, the cold water, the rough rope on the windlass, the wood of the bucket handles. All of it works to chap and redden their skin. In winter, their hands will crack and bleed. They wrap them in rags when it gets bad, but that only helps so much. Their shoulders develop calluses under their clothes, thick patches of toughened skin where the yoke rests. Their young backs grow strong from this work, but also begin to bow slightly, shaped by the constant weight. They're children, but they're developing the bodies of labourers. Muscled arms, strong legs, bent backs, weathered hands. They don't talk much as they work. Sometimes 2 or 3 of them are working at once, taking turns at the well, passing each other on the path from courtyard to kitchen. They might exchange a few words. Basin's nearly full. Barrel next. My hands are frozen. Brief acknowledgements, but mostly they work in silence. There's something meditative about this work, though that's probably not how they'd describe it. It's repetitive, yes. It's hard, absolutely. But it doesn't require complex thought. Your body does the work. Your mind can wander. You can think about nothing at all, or you can think about everything. The work doesn't demand your attention once you've learned the movements. Some of them pray as they work. Quiet prayers learned in childhood. Ave Maria, Pater Noster. The words flow without conscious thought, keeping rhythm with their steps. Some of them daydream. About food, they're always hungry. About being older, being done with this particular job. Moving up to better work. About home, if they came from elsewhere. About nothing in particular. The way minds wander when bodies are occupied with routine tasks. Visual. Multiple water carriers at work, crossing paths, silent coordination, morning light growing. By the time the sky is properly light, by the time the sun is actually visible, the water storage in the kitchen is full. The basins brim with clear well water. The great barrel is 3/4 full, which is as full as they'll fill it, because more would make it too heavy to move if needed. Smaller buckets and containers have been filled and placed strategically around the kitchen. Hundreds of gallons of water, all carried by hand, all hauled up from the depths of the well and transported across the courtyard and into the kitchen, by children, before most people have even woken up. This is every morning, not special occasions, every single morning. And it will need to be done again in the afternoon when the water stores run low, and in the evening before bed to ensure there's water for the morning. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. For the water carriers, this is just the beginning of their day. Once the water is hauled, they'll move on to other tasks, helping with food preparation, turning spits, running messages, cleaning. Whatever needs doing. Their day isn't a third done. It's barely even started. But the water is carried. The kitchen has what it needs. And that's because of them, these children, these young servants, who are barely visible in the grand scheme of the manor household, who aren't mentioned in any records, whose names we'll never know. They're the foundation. Without water, there's no cooking. Without cooking, there's no household. Without them, everything stops. They don't think about this, they don't see themselves as essential or important. They're just doing their jobs, the work that's expected of them, the work they've always done and will continue to do until they're old enough to be promoted to something else or until their bodies give out, whichever comes first. Now they stand for a moment, hands in the water they've just poured, letting the cold soak into their aching fingers. Their shoulders throb, their backs hurt, they're hungry, but the work is done. This part of it, anyway. Around them, the kitchen is filling with people. The day is beginning in earnest, and they'll fade into the background, just another pair of hands among many, ready for the next task and the next and the next. By the time the water carriers have made their 10th or 12th trip, the kitchen is no longer a quiet space occupied by 1 or 2 people. It's waking up, coming to life, filling with bodies and voices and purpose. The servants descend from their quarters in 1s and 2s. They come down those narrow stairs, rubbing sleep from their eyes, adjusting their clothes, tying aprons, rolling up sleeves. Each person knows exactly where they need to be, what they need to do. There's no confusion, no milling about. Everyone has a role. Everyone has tasks. The head cook arrives. This is a person of some importance in the household hierarchy. Not noble, certainly not, but skilled, experienced, responsible for ensuring that meals are prepared correctly, on time, and to the standard expected by the household. In a large manor, the head cook might oversee a dozen or more kitchen workers. In a smaller household, perhaps only 4 or 5. But regardless of the number, the head cook is in charge. You can tell who the head cook is immediately. It's not just the slightly better quality of their clothes. Though there is that, it's the way they move, purposeful, assessing. They enter the kitchen and their eyes sweep over everything. Is the fire adequate? Yes. Is the water prepared? Yes. Are the workstations ready? Not yet, but that's why they're here early. Visual. Head cook inspecting provisions. Making notes, checking stores from previous day. The head cook moves to the pantry first. This is a separate small room off the main kitchen, cool and dark, where food is stored. Not the main stores. Those are kept elsewhere, in root cellars and storerooms. But the immediate supplies, yesterday's leftover meats, carefully wrapped. Vegetables brought up from the root cellar yesterday evening. Wheels of cheese, baskets of eggs, pots of butter and lard. Herbs dried and fresh. Spices in small precious containers. The cook inspects everything, checking what's available, what needs to be used today before it spoils, what's running low and needs to be fetched from the main stores. In their head, they're already planning the day's meals. Dinner will be the main meal, served in early afternoon. What will it be? Roasted meat, certainly. There's a good joint of beef that needs to be used. Pies, perhaps. There are apples that should be used soon. Pottage, definitely. There's always pottage. Bread, of course. They might make notes on a wax tablet, marking down what needs to be done. Or if they can't write, they simply remember. After years of this work, you develop a memory for such things. You can hold the entire day's menu and preparation schedule in your head without difficulty. Meanwhile, other servants are beginning their morning tasks. The undercooks are at the knife sharpening station. This is a small area near one of the windows where light is best. A collection of whetstones of different grits sits on a bench. Knives of various sizes hang on the wall or lie in a wooden box. Visual. Undercooks sharpening knives on whetstones. Rhythmic scraping sound. Sharpening knives is essential work. A sharp knife is safer than a dull one, more efficient, makes cleaner cuts. And in a kitchen, knives are used constantly. For cutting meat, chopping vegetables, trimming fat, boning fish, 100 different tasks. By the end of each day, even the best knife has lost some of its edge. So each morning, the knives are sharpened. The sound of steel on stone becomes part of the kitchen's morning music. Scrape, scrape, scrape. A rhythmic sound, almost meditative. The undercook holds the knife at just the right angle against the whetstone, draws it across, lifts, draws it across again. The motion is smooth, practiced. You can tell an experienced cook by how they sharpen a knife. The angle never varies. The pressure is consistent. The rhythm never breaks. They start with a coarser stone to reshape the edge if it's badly dulled. Then move to a finer stone for honing. Then perhaps to a leather strop for the final polish. Each knife gets this treatment. The large cleavers for breaking down meat. The medium knives for general cutting. The small paring knives for detailed work. Each one sharp enough that you could shave with it if you were foolish enough to try. The undercooks test each blade on their thumbnail. A sharp knife will catch slightly on the nail without you having to press. A dull knife will slide across. When the knife catches properly, it's ready. They set it aside and pick up the next one. Sharpen, test, set aside. Sharpen, test, set aside. By the time they're done, a dozen or more knives are ready for the day's work. Visual. Servants sweeping floors with long brooms, dust motes visible in shaft of early light from high window. While the knives are being sharpened, other servants are cleaning. The kitchen floor needs sweeping. Every morning, without fail. The floor is stone or packed earth covered with rushes, and it gets dirty. Bits of food fall on it during the day. Ash and soot from the fire. Tracked in mud from people going in and out. Spilled water. All manner of debris. Long brooms made of bound straw or twigs are employed. Servants sweep methodically, starting from the back of the kitchen and working toward the door. Long, slow strokes. The broom makes a soft shushing sound against the stone. Dust rises into the air, visible in the shafts of early morning light coming through the high windows. The light is still grey, not fully bright yet, but strong enough to show the dust motes dancing. There's something almost hypnotic about sweeping. The repetitive motion, the sound, the visible progress as the floor becomes cleaner. Your mind can wander while your body does the familiar work. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Gather the debris into piles. Sweep the piles toward the door. Eventually sweep it all outside into the courtyard where it will be collected and disposed of properly. The rushes on the floor get replaced periodically. Not daily, but perhaps weekly, or every few weeks, depending on how dirty they get. Fresh rushes from the marsh are brought in, dried, and laid down. Sometimes they're mixed with herbs, lavender, meadowsweet, tansy, which smell pleasant when crushed underfoot and help mask other odours. But that's a bigger job, saved for specific days. This morning is just sweeping what's already there. Visual. Large wooden table being scrubbed with coarse brush, water and soap suds, grain of wood visible. The main preparation tables need attention too. These are massive things, solid oak, thick as your forearm. Heavy enough that they never move, even with people working at them all day. The surface is scarred from years of knife work, but scrubbed clean every morning and evening. A servant brings a bucket of water from the newly filled basins. Hot water if possible, heated near the fire, but cold water if hot isn't ready yet. They pour some onto the table surface. Then they take a scrubbing brush, stiff bristles of boar hair or plant fiber, and begin to scrub. The brush moves in circular motions across the wood. Water and soap suds spread across the surface. Any stuck-on bits of food from yesterday are scraped off. The grain of the wood becomes more visible as it gets wet, dark lines in lighter wood. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Circles overlapping circles. It's hard work. Your arms tire quickly. Your back bends over the table. But it has to be done properly. These tables are where food will be prepared. They must be clean. After scrubbing comes rinsing. More clean water poured over the surface. A cloth to wipe away the soap and dirty water. The cloth gets wrung out into a bucket. More rinsing, more wiping. Until the water runs clear, until the table is clean enough that you could eat off it directly. Which, in a sense, people will be doing. Food will be cut on this surface, prepared on it, assembled on it. Then the table is left to air dry or wiped with dry cloths if time is short. The wood is dark when wet, lightening as it dries. Within an hour it will be ready for use. Visual: herbs being brought in baskets, vegetables in wooden crates, parcels wrapped in cloth. Now provisions begin arriving. This is a small parade of activity. Kitchen boys going back and forth between the kitchen and various storage areas. From the herb garden come baskets of fresh herbs. Rosemary and thyme and sage and parsley. The herbs are dewy from the morning, smelling sharp and green. The basket carriers are careful not to crush them. From the root cellar come vegetables, turnips and carrots and parsnips and onions and leeks, wooden crates and wicker baskets filled with them. These go to the vegetable preparation area. From the buttery come wheels of cheese, wrapped in cloth, pots of butter and lard. From the bakery comes yesterday's bread, to be used for trenchers or broken up for stuffing or bread pudding. If there's meat to be prepared, it comes from the larder. A side of beef, perhaps, hanging from a hook, or a couple of sheep carcasses, or chickens, already plucked and cleaned. These arrive on hooks or in large trays. The meat is cold from hanging overnight in the cool larder, firm to the touch. From the woodshed comes firewood. This is constant. The fire is never allowed to die during the day, which means it must be constantly fed. Kitchen boys bring in armloads of split wood. Oak for long, hot burning, ash for quick, clean flames. Different woods for different purposes. They stack it near the hearth, creating a pile that will be consumed over the course of the day and need replenishing tomorrow. Visual: servants organizing provisions, each item in its place, orderly arrangement. Everything has its place. The kitchen operates on organization. Chaos would be disaster. So as provisions arrive, they're sorted and placed where they belong. Herbs in baskets on the herb preparation table. Vegetables in crates near the vegetable chopping area. Meat on hooks or on special tables. Bread in baskets. Cheese and dairy in the coolest spot. Firewood stacked neatly. The head cook oversees this, directing traffic. Those turnips are for the pottage. Put them here. That beef is for roasting. Hang it by the spit. More wood. We'll need plenty today. Instructions given calmly but firmly. Everyone moving with purpose. By now, the fire has grown significantly. What started as a small flame, coaxed from coals, is now a proper blaze. Logs crackling and popping, flames leaping, heat radiating out into the kitchen. The hearth is the heart of the operation, and it's beating strongly now. Someone is assigned to tend the fire. This is constant work. adding logs as needed. Adjusting the logs to make the fire burn hotter or cooler depending on what's needed. Raking coals forward or pushing them back. Managing the heat. It's a skilled job, more skilled than you might think. Different cooking requires different heat. Roasting meat needs high, even heat. Simmering stew needs lower heat. Baking needs very specific temperatures. The fire tender learns to read the fire, to understand it, to control it. Visual. Morning light streaming through high windows, kitchen fully alive now, purposeful movement. Light is growing stronger now. The sun is up, though it's still early morning. Shafts of sunlight come through the high windows, cutting through the smoke and steam that's beginning to fill the air. The light catches the dust motes, the steam, making them glow. The kitchen is no longer dim. It's illuminated, half by daylight, half by firelight. The temperature has risen. The cold of early morning has been driven back, at least near the fire. The air is warm, getting warmer. Soon it will be hot. In summer, the kitchen becomes almost unbearably hot. But for now, in this early hour, the warmth is welcome. The smell of the kitchen has changed too. The cold, stale smell of night is gone. Now it smells of wood smoke and fresh herbs and the faint scent of yesterday's meals still lingering in the stones. Soon it will smell of cooking food. But for now it's these cleaner scents. The sound level has risen. Where before there was only the crackle of fire and the occasional clink of tools. Now there are voices. Not loud. Kitchen servants know better than to shout unnecessarily, but a steady murmur of conversation. Pass me that basket. Is the water hot yet? Where did cook say to put this? Working sounds. The scrape of knives being gathered. The clunk of pots being moved. The splash of water. The thud of wood being stacked. All of it blending into a kind of kitchen symphony. Everyone is moving now, not rushing. Rushing leads to mistakes. But moving with purpose. There's so much to be done before the first meal. Bread to bake, meat to prepare, vegetables to wash and chop, fires to tend, pots to ready, tables to prepare. 1,000 small tasks that add up to meals for dozens of people. And yet, despite all this activity, there's a kind of order to it. Everyone knows their place. Everyone knows their tasks. People move around each other with practiced ease, never bumping, never getting in each other's way. It's like a dance, choreographed by long practice. The kitchen has come to life. What was cold and dark and empty is now warm and light and full. The heart is beating. The hands are working. The day has truly begun. And this is still early. Still the preparation phase. The actual cooking, the intense work of meal preparation, hasn't even started yet. This is just getting ready, making sure everything is in place, everything is prepared, everything is ready for when the real work begins. But for now, for this moment, there's satisfaction in the transformation. From nothing to something, from cold to warm, from empty to full, from sleeping to waking. The kitchen lives, and it will continue to live, to work, to produce, for the next 16 hours or more. In the hierarchy of kitchen tasks, bread making holds a special place. Bread is fundamental. It's served at every meal. It's eaten by everyone, from the lord of the manor to the lowest servant. Rich or poor, everyone eats bread, a lot of bread. A wealthy household might go through 50, 60, even 100 loaves in a single day, depending on the size of the household and the number of guests. And all of that bread begins here, in the kitchen, in the very early morning hours. It begins with flour and water, and the patient hands of bread makers who have been doing this so long they could do it in their sleep. Some of them probably have. The bread makers are usually a small, dedicated team. Perhaps 2 or 3 people, depending on the household size. They're not the head cook. The head cook oversees everything but doesn't have time to focus on just one task. And they're not novices. Bread making requires skill and experience. They're somewhere in the middle of the kitchen hierarchy, experienced enough to be trusted with this crucial task, established enough that they've been doing it for years. They arrive at their workstation as the kitchen is coming to life. Their station is the area with large wooden troughs for mixing dough, a sturdy table for kneading, and shelves for the rising loaves. It's positioned far enough from the hearth that the heat won't affect the dough during initial mixing, but close enough that the warmth will help it rise. Visual. Bread makers preparing work area, tying back hair, rolling up sleeves, calm purposeful movement. First, they prepare themselves. Hair gets tied back firmly. You can't have hair falling into dough. Sleeves are rolled up past the elbows. Arms need to be free for the work ahead. Hands are washed thoroughly in cold water from the newly filled basins. Clean hands are essential. Then they're dried on clean linen towels kept specifically for this purpose. They approach their work with a kind of reverence. Not religious reverence exactly, though many of them do murmur a brief prayer before beginning, but the reverence of craftspeople for their craft. Bread is life. Bad bread can make people sick. Good bread nourishes. The responsibility is real. The flour comes from large sacks stored in the dry pantry. These sacks hold stone ground flour, ground at the local mill from wheat, grown on the manor's own lands or purchased from nearby farms. The flour isn't uniform like modern flour. It's coarser with variations in texture. Sometimes there are bits of husk mixed in. Sometimes the grinding was finer. Sometimes coarser. The bread makers know how to adjust for these variations. They begin to pour flour into the great wooden trough. The trough is maybe 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, a foot deep, carved from a single massive piece of wood, oak or elm, worn smooth by years of use. The flour pours in a white stream, creating a cloud of fine dust that catches in the light. That makes you cough if you breathe it in. They pour by feel and experience, not by measurement. No scales, no cups. Just their knowledge of how much flour is needed for the number of loaves they're making. Pour, pour, pour. The white flour mounds in the trough. When there's enough, they stop. Exactly right. Every time. Visual. Hands creating well in center of flour. Precise movements. Years of practice showing. Now they create a well in the center of the flour. Both hands working, pushing the flour to the sides, creating a hollow in the middle. This well needs to be wide enough and deep enough to hold the water and other ingredients, but the walls need to be sturdy enough that they won't collapse when liquid is added. Their hands move with assurance, patting and shaping. The flour is soft against their skin, dry and slightly cool. Water is brought from the basins, but not cold water. Warm water. Water that has been sitting near the fire for the past hour, taking on heat. Yeast works better in warm water. The dough rises better when started with warmth. One of the bread makers tests the water temperature with their fingers. Not hot. Hot water would kill the yeast. Not cold. Cold water would slow everything down. Just warm. Body temperature, roughly. Perfect. They pour the warm water into the well. Carefully, steadily, watching as the well fills. The water must not breach the walls of flour, not yet. If it spills over too soon, the ratios will be wrong. Pour, stop. That's enough water. Maybe 6 or 7 pints, maybe more. They know by long experience. Salt is added next. Salt is expensive, precious even. But bread without salt is bland and unsatisfying. A generous handful of coarse salt is scattered into the water. It sinks, dissolving slowly. The salt serves multiple purposes. Flavor, obviously. But it also strengthens the gluten in the dough, helps control the yeast, improves the texture. All of this the bread makers know, not from books or lessons, but from years of doing. Now the yeast. In Tudor times, they don't have neat packets of commercial yeast. They use a starter, a piece of dough saved from yesterday's baking. This dough is alive with wild yeast captured from the air, from the flour, from the kitchen itself. It's kept in a covered crock, fed with fresh flour and water periodically to keep it active. Visual, hands breaking up yeast starter, adding to well, stirring to dissolve. One of the bread makers retrieves the starter. It smells sour, pungent, very much alive. They break off a piece, maybe a handful or two. This gets crumbled into the water in the well. Then they begin to stir, just with their hands, no tools needed. Fingers moving through the water, breaking up the starter, dissolving it, mixing it with the salt and water. The mixture becomes cloudy. The starter disperses. The water takes on a slightly greyish tinge, though this will disappear as the dough comes together. They stir until the starter is fully dissolved, until the liquid is uniform. Now begins the process of bringing the flour and water together. This is done gradually, not all at once. If you dump all the flour in at once, you get lumps. You get uneven mixing. You get dough that's wet in some places and dry in others. No, it must be done patiently, bit by bit. Visual, flour being gradually incorporated into liquid, circular mixing motion, dough beginning to form. With one hand, they begin to push flour from the inner wall of the well into the liquid. Just a little at a time. The other hand stirs, mixing the flour into the liquid. Push, stir, stir. The liquid becomes thicker, becomes a paste, becomes something between liquid and solid. More flour is incorporated, more stirring. The walls of the well are slowly collapsing inward, in a controlled way, as flour is taken from them. This process takes time. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15. There's no rush in it. The two bread makers work together, one on each side of the trough. Their hands move in rhythm, though they're not consciously coordinating. They're just both experienced enough that they work at the same pace. Push, stir, push, stir. Gradually, the mixture changes character. It's becoming dough, not liquid anymore, not powder, but dough. Sticky and rough at first, but definitely dough. More flour is worked in. The consistency changes. Becomes less sticky, more cohesive. The dough starts to pull away from their fingers instead of sticking to them. When most of the flour has been incorporated, when the dough has formed a rough mass, they begin to knead. Still in the trough at first, both hands working the dough, pushing it, folding it, turning it. The kneading motion is rhythmic and constant. Push the dough away with the heels of your hands. Fold it back toward you. Turn it a quarter turn. Push, fold, turn. Push, fold, turn. Visual. hands kneading dough in trough, rhythmic pushing and folding, dough's texture gradually changing. Kneading is hard work. You're using your arms, your shoulders, your back, even your legs for leverage. The dough resists. It's heavy. It's dense. But you keep working it. Push, fold, turn. Push, fold, turn. The rhythm is meditative. Your body knows what to do. Your mind can wander. The dough changes as you work it. At first, it's rough and shaggy. Bits of flour still visible. Texture uneven. But gradually it becomes smoother. The flour is fully incorporated. The gluten begins to develop, making the dough stretchy and elastic. You can feel the change happening under your hands. Feel the dough becoming smoother, more uniform, more alive somehow. They knead for maybe 10 minutes. Maybe longer, there's no timer. They know by feel when the dough is ready. The texture is right. It's smooth and elastic. When you press it with a finger, it springs back. The surface has a slight sheen. It's ready. But it's a massive amount of dough. Too much to work with all at once for the next stages. So they begin to divide it. Experienced eyes judge the portions. This much for manchet loaves, for the Lord's table, fine white bread made from the finest flour, sifted multiple times. This much for standard wheat bread for the household. This much for maslin bread, made from a mixture of wheat and rye, for the servants and workers. Each portion is kneaded a bit more individually, then shaped into a rough ball. These balls of dough are placed in large wooden bowls or on floured boards. Then they're covered with clean linen cloths. The cloths serve two purposes. They keep drafts off the dough, which could cause uneven rising, and they keep the surface from drying out and forming a crust. Visual. Dough covered with cloth, set near fire to rise, covered bowls in row. The covered bowls are placed near the fire, not right next to it. That would be too hot, but within the circle of warmth that radiates from the hearth. In this warm spot, the yeast will begin to work in earnest. The dough will rise, doubling in size over the next hour or two. And now, there's waiting. This is perhaps the hardest part for novice bread makers. The urge to check on the dough, to peek under the cloths, to see if it's rising. But the experienced bread makers know better. Leave it alone. Let the yeast do its work. Checking too often lets heat escape, slows the rising. So they leave the dough covered and turn to other tasks. There's always other work to be done in a kitchen. They might help with vegetable preparation, or assist with meat butchering, or begin preparing other dishes. An hour or two passes. Other things occupy their attention, but part of their mind is always aware of the dough. Marking the time, knowing when it will be ready. Visual. Risen dough, cloth pushed up by expansion, dough roughly doubled in size. When enough time has passed, and they know without needing to be told exactly how much time that is, they return to the dough, lift one of the cloths, peer underneath. The dough has transformed. What was a dense ball is now puffy and soft, roughly doubled in size. When you press it gently with a finger, the indentation remains for a moment before slowly filling back in. Perfect. Now comes the second kneading. This is gentler than the first. The purpose isn't to develop gluten. That's already done. The purpose is to knock the air out of the dough, to redistribute the yeast, to prepare it for shaping into loaves. This is called knocking back the dough. Visual. Second kneading. Dough being punched down, air being released, more gentle than first kneading. They turn the dough out onto a floured work surface. The dough is soft now, puffy with air. They press it down with their hands. You can hear the air escaping, a soft sighing sound. The dough deflates, becoming dense again. They knead it briefly, maybe 50 or 60 pushes and folds. Not long, just enough. Now comes the shaping. This is where the bread maker's skill really shows. The dough is divided into individual loaves. For each type of bread, there's a traditional shape. Manchet loaves are often round or oval. Standard wheat loaves might be shaped into long batards. Maslin loaves are often simple rounds. Trencher loaves, meant to be used as edible plates, are shaped into large flat rounds that will be baked very hard. Visual. Hands shaping dough into loaves, practiced movements, each loaf formed with care. For a simple round loaf, you cup your hands around a portion of dough and rotate it against the table, creating surface tension. The dough becomes smooth and round. For an oval loaf, you shape it round first, then elongate it with rolling motions of your hands. For plaited loaves destined for the Lord's table, 3 strands of dough are braided together, creating a beautiful finished product. Each loaf is shaped with care. Not just thrown together, but crafted. The bread makers take pride in their work. Each loaf should be beautiful in its own way. Even the simple maslin rounds for the servants are shaped neatly, with smooth surfaces and even forms. The shaped loaves are placed on wooden boards dusted with flour, or on the table itself if there's room. They are positioned carefully, with space between each one, so they won't touch as they rise. Because yes, there's another rising. This one is shorter, maybe half an hour, but necessary. It allows the dough to recover from the shaping, to puff up a bit, to become light and airy inside. Again, they're covered with cloths. Again, they wait. But this wait is shorter. And during this wait, the ovens are being prepared. Visual, stone oven entrance, fire being built inside, flames visible. The baking ovens are separate from the main cooking hearth. They're built into thick stone walls. Domed chambers may be 4 feet deep and 3 feet high, with arched entrances like small caves. These ovens are heated by building fires inside them. Not with logs. Those would take too long and wouldn't get hot enough, but with bundles of kindling and small sticks called faggots. These burn hot and fast. The oven tender builds a fire inside the oven. A good big fire that fills the chamber. The flames roar. The heat builds. The stone of the oven begins to absorb this heat, storing it in its mass. This takes time, an hour or more. The oven needs to be thoroughly heat-soaked. The walls, the floor, the dome, all of it needs to be hot. How do you know when it's hot enough? There are a few ways. An experienced oven tender can tell by looking at the color of the stone. It takes on a particular whiteness when it's at baking temperature. Or you can place your hand inside and count how long you can stand it. If you can count to 10, it's not hot enough. If you can only count to 3, it's right. Or you can throw a handful of flour on the floor of the oven. If it burns immediately, too hot. If it browns slowly, just right. Visual, embers being raked out, wet broom sweeping oven floor, steam hissing. When the oven is ready, the fire is raked out. Long-handled tools pull the burning embers and ash out of the oven and into a metal container. The floor of the oven is swept clean with wet brooms, long-handled brooms dipped in water. When the wet broom touches the hot stone, it hisses and steams dramatically. The steam helps clean the floor and adds moisture to the oven, which is good for baking bread. The floor is swept thoroughly. No ash, no embers. Just clean hot stone. Now the bread goes in. The loaves have risen during their second proof. They're puffy and soft. The bread makers dust them lightly with flour for appearance. Sometimes they slash the tops with a sharp knife, creating decorative patterns that will open up attractively as the bread bakes. Sometimes they leave them plain, visual, wooden peel sliding bread into oven, loaves positioned carefully, practiced motion. The loaves are loaded onto a long wooden board called a peel. This is basically a giant flat spatula with a long handle. The bread maker slides the peel under a loaf, lifts it, carries it to the oven. Then, with a quick jerking motion that takes practice to master, they slide the loaf off the peel onto the hot oven floor. The movement is like cracking a whip. Done right, the loaf slides off smoothly and lands exactly where you want it. Done wrong, the loaf bunches up or lands askew. One by one, the loaves go in. The finest manchets in the back, where it's hottest. Standard loaves in the middle. Maslin and trenches toward the front, where it's a bit cooler. The oven is packed efficiently. Every bit of space used. Maybe 24 loaves in a single baking. Maybe more in a larger oven. The door is closed. In some ovens, there's an actual door, a heavy wooden or iron affair. In others, the opening is simply blocked with boards and sealed with wet clay. The goal is to keep the heat in. The bread will bake in the residual heat of the oven, heat stored in the stones. No active fire, just stored heat slowly releasing. And now, again, waiting. The bread will bake for perhaps 45 minutes, maybe an hour for larger loaves. There's no clock, no timer. The bread makers know by experience. They might peek in once or twice, opening the door just a crack to check on progress. But mostly they leave it alone. Let the oven do its work. Visual, bread baking inside, oven, crust forming, browning, kitchen filling with aroma. Inside the oven, magic is happening. The heat causes the remaining yeast to become very active, producing a final burst of carbon dioxide. The loaves rise one last time, this final rise called oven spring. The exterior of the dough dries and hardens, forming a crust. That crust browns, caramelizes, develops complex flavors. Inside, the dough cooks, the proteins set, the starches gelatinize. What was soft raw dough becomes bread. And the smell. Oh, the smell. Baking bread has a smell that transcends centuries. It's one of the most appealing smells in human experience. Warm and yeasty, and slightly sweet and utterly comforting. It fills the kitchen, drifts through the manor, reaches into hallways and chambers and makes people's mouths water and stomachs growl. The smell of fresh bread baking is the smell of home, of sustenance, of life itself. The kitchen servants, working on their various tasks, catch that smell. They're hungry. They've been working for hours now, and most of them haven't eaten yet. That smell is almost painful in its appeal. But they're used to it. They know that fresh bread isn't for them, not the first loaves anyway. Those are for the Lord's table. Maybe later, if there's bread left over, or tomorrow when these loaves are no longer fresh, then they might get some. But for now, they just smell it, and keep working, and try not to think about how hungry they are. Visual, bread being removed from oven, golden brown crust, steam rising. Time passes. The bread makers, attuned to time in that way that comes from long practice, know when the bread is ready. The door is opened, heat billows out, the peel is inserted. One by one, the loaves are pulled from the oven, and they're beautiful. Golden brown crusts, some with patterns of slashes opened up into ears. Some round and perfect, some long and crusty, all of them perfect. They're placed on wooden racks to cool. They can't be served hot from the oven. They need to cool a bit, to finish cooking internally, to let the structure set. As they cool, the crusts crackle and pop, making small sounds. Steam escapes. The aroma intensifies somehow, reaches a peak, then slowly begins to fade as the loaves cool. The bread makers look at their work with satisfaction. 50 loaves, or 60, or however many they've baked. All good. All will nourish people. All created by their hands from simple ingredients. Flour and water and salt and yeast. That's all bread is. But in skilled hands, those simple things become something essential, something central to life itself. And tomorrow, they'll do it all again. While the bread makers work with dough and flour, dealing with substances that are relatively gentle and forgiving, another group of servants faces a very different kind of work. Hot, exhausting, relentless work. The kind of work that leaves you drenched in sweat even in winter. The kind of work that very few people would choose if they had any other option. This is the work of the spit turners. In Tudor times, roasting meat was the preferred cooking method for large cuts. Not bracing, not stewing, not baking. Roasting. And roasting meant cooking on a spit over an open fire. A spit is a long metal rod, maybe 6 or 7 feet long, made of iron. The meat is impaled on this rod, skewered through so it won't fall off. The ends of the rod rest on supports built into or placed beside the hearth, holding the meat suspended over the fire. And here's the crucial part. The spit must be turned, constantly, steadily, for hours. If you don't turn it, one side of the meat will char to ash while the other side stays raw. The only way to cook the meat evenly is to rotate it continuously, exposing all sides to the heat in turn. And this is done by hand. By children, usually. The spit boys. Visual. Various cuts of meat being prepared for spit. Beef joint, mutton, pork. The meat arrives from the larder in the morning. Today, let's say it's a joint of beef. A substantial piece. Maybe 20 pounds, maybe more. Cut from the shoulder or leg. It's been hanging for a few days to age the meat, make it tender. The surface has darkened slightly. The fat has yellowed. It smells strong, gamey, very much like meat. The cook or an experienced servant prepares the meat for the spit. First, it needs to be tied. Kitchen twine is wrapped around the meat in several places, cinching it into a more uniform shape. This helps it cook evenly and keeps it from falling apart. The tying is done tightly, but not so tight that it squeezes the meat. Just enough to hold everything together. The spit is thrust through the meat. This takes some force. The iron point has to pierce the flesh, work through it, exit out the other side. It's brutal work, in a way, but necessary. The spit is positioned so the meat will balance properly, so it won't be too heavy on one end. Prongs on the spit dig into the meat to keep it from slipping as it rotates. Visual. Meat being secured on spit, trussing twine being tied, prongs adjusted. Sometimes, if there are multiple roasts, several pieces of meat will be put on different spits. The large hearth can accommodate 2 or 3 spits at once, positioned at different heights above the fire. Beef on one, mutton on another. Perhaps a couple of chickens on a smaller spit. All of them will need to be turned throughout the day. Once the meat is secured, the spit is placed on its supports. The meat hangs over the fire, not in direct contact with flames, but close enough to feel intense heat. Below the meat, a dripping pan is positioned. This is a large, shallow metal pan that will catch the fat and juices that drip from the meat as it cooks. Nothing is wasted. Those drippings are precious. And now, the work begins. A spit boy takes his position. This child might be 8 years old, might be 12, might be 14. They're usually not older than that. Once you're old enough and strong enough, you graduate to other tasks. But for now, this is the work. Visual. Young boy taking position by fire. Wooden handle in hand connected to spit, settling in for long shift. The spit has a handle on one end. Sometimes it's just a simple crank. Sometimes it's a wheel. Sometimes it's just a straight handle that you push around in circles. The boy grips this handle, takes a deep breath, and begins to turn. The motion is simple, but must be consistent. Push the handle, walk it around, push again. The spit rotates. The meat turns. A quarter turn, keep going. Half turn, keep going. 3/4. Full rotation, and again. And again. And again. At first, it doesn't seem too hard. The spit turns fairly easily, especially when the meat is cold. The boy settles into a rhythm. Turn, turn, turn. Watch the meat rotate. Turn, turn, turn. Maybe he's done this before. Maybe this is his first time. Either way, he knows he's going to be here for a long time. This isn't a quick task. Roasting a large joint of beef takes hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, sometimes more. Visual, close-up of boy's face, beginning to flush from heat, beads of sweat forming. The heat is the first challenge. The fire beneath the meat has to be hot, very hot, hot enough to roast 20 pounds of beef. That kind of fire puts out serious heat. The boy is standing perhaps 3 feet from it. Maybe less. The heat hits his face and body like a physical force. His face begins to flush. Beads of sweat form on his forehead. He's learned to position himself carefully. Turn your back to the fire and you'll be scorched. Face the fire full on and you'll cook almost as fast as the meat. So you position yourself at an angle, half facing the fire, half facing away. This way the heat is somewhat more tolerable. But tolerable doesn't mean comfortable. Within 15 minutes, he's sweating. Within half an hour, his face is bright red. His shirt sticks to his back. Sweat runs down his face, gets in his eyes, stings. He wipes it away with his sleeve and keeps turning. Turn, turn, turn. The meat is beginning to change. The exterior, exposed to heat, is drying out, beginning to brown. Fat is starting to melt and drip. The first drops fall into the drip pan below with a hiss and sizzle. The smell of roasting meat begins to fill the air. It's a smell that would make anyone hungry. But for the boy, standing in the heat, sweating and increasingly uncomfortable, it's just part of the work. Visual. Fat dripping into pan below, sizzling, creating small bursts of flame. As the fat drips, it hits the hot metal of the drip pan. Sizzle, spit. Sometimes a drop misses the pan and falls directly into the fire below. When this happens, there's a brief flare of flame as the fat ignites. The boy has learned to watch for this. If too much fat drips into the fire, it can cause a flare-up that could burn the meat, or worse, catch his clothes. So he watches. Adjusts the pan if needed, keeps turning. His arm is starting to ache. The motion might be simple, but it's constant. Your arm, your shoulder, your back, all of them are engaged in the work. Push, push, push. The spit isn't very heavy, but it's heavy enough that after half an hour of continuous turning, you feel it. After an hour, your arm is burning. Your shoulder protests. But you can't stop. You can't even slow down significantly. The meat needs to turn at a steady pace. Sometimes there are two boys working shifts. One turns for an hour, then the other takes over for an hour, and so on. This is better, allows for rest. But in many households, there's only one spit boy on duty, and they have to do the entire shift themselves. If you need to rest, you rest while still turning. Maybe turn with your left hand for a while to give your right arm a break. But you don't stop. Visual. Hourglass on nearby shelf, sand running through, marking time. Time is marked differently when you're turning a spit. Minutes feel like hours. Hours feel like days. There's an hourglass nearby, maybe, used by the cook to time various kitchen activities. The boy watches the sand run through. Each time it runs out, an hour has passed. Someone flips it. The sand begins to flow again. 1 hour down. How many more to go? The cook comes by periodically to check the meat. Looks at the color. Prods it with a finger to test firmness. Inserts a long knife to check the color of the juices running out. At first, the juices are red. As cooking progresses, they'll become pink, then clear. When they run clear, the meat is done. But that's still a long way off. Visual, cook testing meat with knife, examining juices, nodding, moving on. Keep turning, keep it steady. Don't let the fire die. Instructions given as the cook moves on to check other things. The boy nods, keeps turning. What else is he going to do? This is his job. This is why he's here. The meat is changing more dramatically now. The exterior is definitely brown, getting darker. The surface is crisping up. More fat is dripping, steadily now. The drip pan is beginning to fill with rendered fat and meat juices. This mixture is called the drippings, and it's intensely flavorful, used for making gravies and sauces. But collecting it is incidental to the main task. Keep turning. Other kitchen work continues around him. People are preparing vegetables, making pies, stirring pots. Everyone is busy. Sometimes someone passes close to the fire, and he has to adjust slightly to give them room. But mostly people give the spit area a wide berth. It's hot there. Uncomfortably hot. No one lingers unless they have to. Visual. Boy's shirt soaked through with sweat, face flushed deep red, hair damp. By the second hour, the boy's shirt is soaked through. His face is so red it looks painful. His hair is damp with sweat. He's drinking water when he can, but it's hard to drink while turning. You need both hands on the spit. So he grabs quick sips between turns. A cup left nearby for this purpose. The water is warm from being near the fire, but it's wet. And that's what matters. His back aches. His legs ache from standing in one position. He shifts his weight from foot to foot, trying to relieve the pressure. His eyes sting from smoke. The fire, while burning relatively cleanly, still produces smoke. And smoke rises right past where he's standing. It makes his eyes water. Makes him cough occasionally, but he can't move away. The spit is where it is. He has to be there. The meat looks completely different now. The outside is dark brown, almost mahogany colored. The surface is crusty and cracked in places. It smells incredible, deeply savory, rich, mouth-watering. For anyone else, this smell would be pure pleasure. For the boy, it's just background. He's too hot, too tired, too focused on the repetitive motion to really appreciate it. Third hour. The meat is close to done now. The cook checks it more frequently. The juices are running clearer. The meat has shrunk slightly as it cooked, pulled away from the bone. The boy keeps turning, but he knows the end is in sight. Just a bit longer, Just keep going. His arm is numb now. Not painful anymore, just numb, functioning on autopilot. Turn, turn, turn. His mind has entered a strange state. Not quite present, not quite gone. Just existing in this moment of heat and motion, an endless turning. Some part of him is aware of the kitchen around him. Some part is very far away. This is how you survive this work. You disconnect slightly. Let your body do what it needs to do, while your mind escapes somewhere else. Visual, final moments. Meat fully cooked, crust dark and crispy, steam rising. Finally, after maybe 3.5 or 4 hours, the cook declares the meat done. That's enough. Well done, boy. 2 other servants come with long hooks and heavy cloths. They lift the spit off its supports, meat and all. It's heavy. The meat started at 20 pounds and still weighs perhaps 18 after cooking. They carry it to a carving table. The boy can finally stop turning. He steps back from the fire. The sudden absence of heat is shocking. His front has been roasted. His back has been cold. Now he's just standing, in the relatively cool air of the kitchen away from the hearth. He's shaking slightly. Whether from exhaustion or relief or the temperature change, he's not sure. His arm feels strange. His legs are wobbly. He's drenched in sweat from head to foot. Someone hands him a cup of small beer. He drinks it in 3 long gulps. Someone else gives him a chunk of bread. He eats it mechanically, not really tasting it, just needing something in his stomach. He's been standing and turning for 4 hours. He hasn't eaten, hasn't rested, has barely drunk any water. His body is depleted. Visual. Boy sitting on stool, head in hands, exhausted but work continuing around him. He's allowed to sit for a few minutes, sits on a stool near the wall, as far from the fire as he can get. His head droops. His eyes close for a moment. The kitchen continues to bustle around him. No one pays him much attention. He did his job. The meat is cooked. That's what matters. The fact that a child just stood in brutal heat for 4 hours turning a spit. That's just normal. That's just how it is. After maybe 10 minutes, he's told to get up. There's other work to be done. The drip pan needs to be taken to the cook. It's full of precious drippings. He uses thick cloths to protect his hands from the hot metal and carefully carries the pan. It's heavy. The drippings slosh. He walks slowly, carefully, manages not to spill any. Hands it over to the cook who will use it for gravy. Then there are pots to scrub, or vegetables to wash, or messages to run. He moves on to these tasks, still exhausted, still aching. But the work doesn't stop. In a few hours, there might be more roasting to do for the evening meal. Maybe he'll have to turn the spit again. Maybe it will be someone else's turn. Either way, the work continues. This was his day. This is what he does. Turn spits. Stand in unbearable heat. Sweat and ache and keep going because there's no other choice. For maybe a penny a week if he's paid at all. More likely, he works just for his food and a place to sleep. This is his life. This is what it means to be a spit boy in a Tudor kitchen. There's no glory in it. No one writes songs about spit turners. No one mentions them in histories. But without them, there's no roast meat. Without them, the household doesn't eat the way it expects to eat. They're invisible but essential, forgotten but necessary. Children working like adults, their childhoods consumed by the endless repetitive work of keeping the spits turning hour after hour after hour, while the spit turners endure their trial by fire and the bread makers craft their loaves. Another corner of the kitchen is occupied by quieter, gentler work. Though gentle might not be the right word. Repetitive, certainly. Endless, absolutely. But perhaps less brutal than some other kitchen tasks. This is the domain of the vegetable preparers. Vegetables were the foundation of most Tudor meals, though they often go unmentioned in the glamorous descriptions of feasts. The nobility might focus on their roasted swans and peacocks, their elaborate pies and subtleties. But the bulk of what actually filled people's bellies was vegetables. Lots and lots of vegetables. Turnips and carrots and parsnips and onions and leeks and cabbages and peas and beans. Root vegetables especially, because they stored well through the winter and were cheap and plentiful. A large household might go through hundreds of pounds of vegetables in a single day, all of which needed to be cleaned, peeled, trimmed, chopped, and prepared. This work fell primarily to the lower-ranking kitchen servants. Not the skilled cooks. They had more important tasks. Not the youngest children. They were busy with water and spits. But the servants in between. Young women, often. Girls and women who worked as kitchen maids. Men too, sometimes. Anyone who could be spared for this repetitive, time-consuming work. Visual, vegetables arriving from garden carried in baskets, still covered in soil. The vegetables arrive from the garden in the morning, brought by the garden boys, or they come up from the root cellar where they've been stored since harvest. Either way, they arrive dirty. Very dirty. Vegetables grow in soil, and they carry a lot of that soil with them. Turnips especially seem to attract mud like magnets. Pull one from the ground, and it's more mud than vegetable. The carrots are filthy. The parsnips are caked in earth. Even the onions, which grow partially above ground, have soil clinging to their papery outer skins. These dirty vegetables are dumped into baskets or wooden crates and deposited in the vegetable preparation area. This is a section of the kitchen with long work tables, good light from windows if possible, and access to plenty of water. Several large wooden tubs sit on or near the tables, ready to be filled with water for washing. The vegetable preparers gather at their stations. There might be 4 or 5 of them working together, sometimes more if there's a large meal being prepared. They tie their aprons more securely, roll up their sleeves. Some tie kerchiefs over their hair to keep it out of the way. They're preparing for hours of work, and they know it. Visual, hands washing vegetables in large wooden basin, mud swirling in water, dirt slowly releasing. First task, washing. Large wooden tubs are filled with cold water from the supplies the water carriers brought in earlier. The vegetables are dumped into these tubs, and the washing begins. Hands plunge into the cold water. No hot water for this task. That's reserved for more important things. The vegetables are scrubbed with rough cloths or bunches of straw, anything abrasive enough to loosen the clinging soil. The water immediately turns brown. Mud swirls off the vegetables, clouding the water. The servants scrub and scrub. Turnips need especially vigorous scrubbing. Their rough skin holds onto dirt stubbornly. Carrots are a bit easier. Parsnips somewhere in between. Each vegetable is scrubbed until it's reasonably clean, then lifted out and placed in a clean basket. The washing water needs to be changed frequently. You can't clean vegetables in mud water. When the water becomes too dirty to see through, someone, usually the youngest or lowest ranking person, has to haul the heavy tub outside and dump it, then refill it with fresh water from the kitchen basins. This happens multiple times during vegetable preparation. More water used. More trips for the water carriers to make later. The servants' hands are in and out of cold water constantly. In winter, this is miserable. The water is just above freezing. Your hands go numb within minutes. Your fingers turn red, then white. They ache with the cold. But the work must be done. You scrub vegetables with numb fingers, fumbling a bit, but continuing. In summer, the cold water is actually pleasant at first. But even then, hours of having your hands in water takes its toll. Skin becomes waterlogged, wrinkled like prunes, soft and vulnerable to cuts and scrapes. Visual. Clean vegetables in basket, water droplets clinging to skin, slight shine. Basket after basket of clean vegetables accumulates. Turnips now pale and clean, their rough skin visible. Carrots, orange and bright. Parsnips cream-coloured. They glisten with water droplets. They look almost appealing now, transformed from muddy lumps into actual food. But the work is just beginning. Clean vegetables are not prepared vegetables. Now comes the peeling. This is the work that will consume hours. Literally hours, because every single vegetable needs to be peeled, and there are hundreds of them. The peeling stations are set up. Each servant has a stool or bench to sit on, a small sharp knife, a basket of clean vegetables within reach, and an empty basket for the peeled ones. Between them or at their feet is a bucket for the peelings. Everything is arranged for efficiency. Because efficiency matters when you're going to be doing the same motion hundreds or thousands of times. Visual. Servant sitting on stool, knife in hand, beginning to peel first carrot. They sit. Select their first vegetable. Let's say it's a carrot. Pick it up in the left hand, knife in the right hand. Position the blade against the skin at one end. Begin to draw the knife down the length of the carrot, peeling away a thin strip of orange skin. The peeling curls away from the blade, falls. Rotate the carrot slightly. Peel another strip. Rotate. Peel. Rotate. Peel. The motion becomes automatic very quickly. Your hands know what to do. The knife moves without you thinking about it. Peel. Rotate. Peel. Rotate. The carrot becomes smaller, smoother, paler as the outer layer is removed. When it's fully peeled, you drop it in the done basket. Pick up another carrot. Begin again, and again, and again, and again. Carrot after carrot after carrot. The pile of unpeeled carrots slowly diminishes. The pile of peeled carrots slowly grows. The bucket of peelings begins to fill with long curling orange ribbons. Visual. Pile of peelings growing in bucket. Orange and cream-coloured spirals. There's something meditative about this work. The repetition. The simplicity. Pick up, peel, put down. Pick up, peel, put down. Your mind doesn't need to be engaged. Your hands do the work. So your mind wanders. You might think about nothing in particular. Just exist in the moment, in the motion. Or you might think about everything. Worries, hopes, dreams, memories. All of it flows through your mind while your hands continue their work. Sometimes the vegetable preparers talk while they work. Quiet conversations. Gossip about the household. Speculation about who might marry whom among the staff. Complaints about difficult tasks or difficult people. Stories from their lives before service, if they had lives before service. Many of them came to the manor as children and have never known anything else. But they still have stories. Things their mothers told them, places they've been. Things they've seen. The conversations meander, just like their thoughts. No particular direction or purpose, just the human need to connect. to communicate. The talk rises and falls, sometimes animated, sometimes trailing off into comfortable silence. The work continues regardless. Talking doesn't slow the peeling. Silence doesn't speed it up. The pace remains constant. Sometimes someone hums. A tune learned in childhood, perhaps. A ballad heard from a travelling minstrel. A hymn from church. The humming is soft, not really meant to be listened to. Just something to fill the silence, to give rhythm to the work. Others might join in, creating a gentle harmony. Or they might not. Either way is fine. Visual. Hands moving to turnips, larger vegetables, more difficult to peel. When the carrots are done, they move on to other vegetables. Turnips are next. Turnips are larger than carrots, more awkward to hold. Their skin is tougher, requires more pressure to remove. The knife has to bite deeper. Your hand has to grip harder. It's more tiring work, but it's still the same basic motion. Peel, rotate, peel, rotate. The turnip peelings are thicker than carrot peelings. Cream-coloured, almost white. They fall into the bucket in chunky pieces rather than delicate curls. The bucket fills faster. Someone has to stop peeling, pick up the heavy bucket, carry it to the compost collection area. Return with an empty bucket. Resume peeling. This interruption happens every hour or so, depending on how many vegetables are being prepared. Parsnips come next. Similar to carrots but larger, tougher. Then leeks, which don't need peeling exactly but need trimming. The tough green tops are cut off and saved for soup stock. The roots are trimmed. The outer layer is removed if it's damaged or dirty. Each vegetable has its own requirements, its own technique, but all of them require time and attention. Visual. Close-up of hands, showing developing calluses, small cuts, reddened skin. The servant's hands bear the marks of this work. Calluses form where the knife handle presses against the palm, where fingers grip the vegetables. The skin becomes toughened, hardened. But despite the calluses, cuts happen. Knives slip. Your hand is tired and your grip falters for a second and the blade nicks your finger. It's usually not serious. A small cut. It stings, bleeds a little. You wrap it in a rag and keep working. Can't stop for a small cut. Only a serious injury would halt the work. The knife blades dull as the morning progresses, peeling hundreds of vegetables. Even relatively soft vegetables, wears down the edge. Periodically, someone has to stop and sharpen their knife. Use a small whetstone kept at the peeling station for this purpose. A few strokes to restore the edge. Test it. Back to work. Sharp knives make the work easier, safer, faster. So maintaining them is worth the brief interruption. Visual. Baskets of peeled vegetables, neat and ready, organized by type. By mid-morning, baskets of peeled vegetables are accumulating. One basket of carrots, one of turnips, one of parsnips. All peeled, clean, ready for the next stage. But the work isn't done. Peeled vegetables still need to be chopped, at least most of them. Whole vegetables take too long to cook. Chopped vegetables cook faster and more evenly. So now comes the chopping. This requires different tools, not the small peeling knives, but larger knives with broader blades, meant for chopping. And not stools to sit on, but standing work at the tall preparation tables. The servants stand, grateful to change position after sitting for so long. Their backs and legs welcome the change, even though standing has its own discomforts. Visual. Chopping board. Knife beginning to cut through carrot. Steady rhythm. The peeled vegetables are brought to the chopping station. Large wooden cutting boards, scarred and stained from years of use, provide the work surface. A servant takes a peeled carrot, places it on the board. The knife comes down. Chop. A slice falls away. Slide the carrot forward slightly. Chop. Another slice. Chop, chop, chop. The rhythm is quick and steady. An experienced vegetable chopper can cut with impressive speed, the knife rising and falling in a blur. The slices need to be relatively uniform. Not perfect. This isn't fine cuisine where presentation is everything, but uniform enough that they'll cook evenly. Too thick and they won't cook through. Too thin and they'll turn to mush. Just right is maybe a 1/4 inch, maybe a bit more. The eye judges, the knife cuts, the slices fall. For some dishes, the vegetables need to be chopped smaller, diced rather than sliced. This takes longer. Each slice must be cut in one direction, then turn 90 degrees and cut again, creating small cubes. Chop, 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 turn, chop, chop, chop. The pile of diced vegetables grows. This is destined for pottage or soup, where small pieces are desired. Visual. Onions being brought to chopping station. Servants preparing themselves. Then come the onions. Everyone groans a little when it's time for onions. Because onions, no matter what century you're in, make you cry. The compounds in onions that are released when you cut them irritate the eyes. It's a chemical reaction. Unavoidable, universal. Tudor kitchen servants cry while chopping onions just like modern cooks do. But there are a lot of onions to chop. Dozens of them. They're used in almost every dish. Pottages, stews, sauces, stuffings. So despite the discomfort, the onions must be dealt with. The servants prepare themselves. Some tie cloth over their noses and mouths, though this doesn't really help. Some keep a bowl of water nearby to rinse their faces. Some just accept the inevitable, visual. Chopping onions, knife moving quickly, tears streaming down faces. The outer papery layers of the onions are removed first. These are dry and crackling, often dirty. They're peeled away and discarded. Then the actual onion is revealed. White or purple white, firm and smooth. The top and bottom are cut off. Then the onion is halved from top to bottom. Each half is placed flat side down on the cutting board. The knife begins its work. Chop, chop, chop. Thin slices of onion fall away, separating into rings as they fall. The smell of onion, sharp and pungent, fill the air, and within seconds the tears start. Eyes begin to sting. Water wells up, runs down cheeks. The servants blink rapidly, trying to clear their vision, wipe their eyes with their sleeves, keep chopping through the tears. It's not just uncomfortable, it genuinely hurts. The burning sensation in the eyes is intense. Some people are more sensitive than others. Some can chop onions with only mild discomfort. Others are practically blinded by tears. But everyone is affected to some degree, and the work must continue regardless. Chop through the tears. Wipe your eyes. Chop more. Your vision is blurry. The knife becomes harder to control. But you're experienced enough to chop by feel, by muscle memory. The knife knows where to go even if you can't see clearly. Chop, chop, chop. Another onion done. Pick up the next one. Begin again. The servants joke about it when they can. Onions again, my favorite. Bitter laughter. I'm not crying, it's just the onions. Tell that to my eyes. Gallows humor. It doesn't make the onions any easier to chop, but it helps somehow. Shared suffering is a little more bearable than suffering alone. Visual. Mountains of chopped vegetables, organized in bowls and baskets, ready for cooking. Eventually, After hours of work, the vegetables are prepared. Baskets and bowls full of chopped carrots, turnips, parsnips, bowls of diced onions and leeks. Everything washed, peeled, cut, ready to be cooked. The preparers step back and survey their work. Hundreds of pounds of vegetables, all processed by hand. Their hands are sore, their backs ache, their eyes are red from onions. But it's done. Well, done for now. This is just for today's meals. Tomorrow, there will be more vegetables. More washing, more peeling, more chopping. The same work. Repeated endlessly. Day after day, week after week. This is what they do. This is their job. The prepared vegetables are distributed to various cooking stations. Some go into the large pots for pottage. Some are set aside for roasting. Some will be made into vegetable pies. Some will be added to stews. The vegetable preparers have done their part. Now it's up to others to transform these raw ingredients into finished dishes. Visual. Herb preparation begins. Bunches of fresh herbs, different task, but similar repetition. But wait, there's more. Because in addition to vegetables, there are herbs. Fresh herbs from the garden. Bunches of rosemary and thyme, and sage and parsley and mint. These also need preparation. The herbs arrive still on their stems, sometimes with bits of soil clinging to them, definitely needing attention before they can be used. Herbs are treated more gently than vegetables. They're more delicate. They bruise easily. They're also more expensive in a sense. They add flavor and medicine, not just bulk to a meal. So they're handled with more care. A different group of servants often handles herb preparation. Sometimes the same vegetable preparers, if they're skilled enough. Sometimes others with a lighter touch. The herbs are first washed gently in cool water, just enough to remove any dirt or insects. Then they're shaken or patted dry with cloths, not rubbed hard, which would bruise the leaves and diminish their flavor. Just gently dried. Then comes the stripping. Visual. Hands. Stripping time from stems. Fingers moving down stem. Leaves falling. For herbs like rosemary and thyme, which have small leaves on woody stems, the leaves need to be removed from the stems. You hold the stem at the top, between thumb and forefinger of one hand. With the other hand, you grip the stem just below and pull downward. The leaves strip off, falling into a bowl or onto the work surface. The bare stem is discarded. Another sprig of thyme is picked up, stripped, discarded, picked up, stripped, discarded. It's fiddly work. The stems are small, the leaves are tiny. It takes many sprigs to get a useful quantity of leaves. Your fingers start to smell strongly of the herb. Thyme has an aromatic, slightly minty smell. Rosemary is piney and pungent. The smell gets into your skin, under your fingernails. It will stay there for hours, even after you've washed your hands multiple times. For leafy herbs like parsley and mint, the work is different. The stems are cut off where the leaves begin. The leaves are then roughly chopped if needed, or left whole if they're going into something where they can be whole. The chopping is gentler than vegetable chopping. A rocking motion with the knife rather than hard chops. Just enough to break up the leaves and release their oils. Visual. Bowls of prepared herbs. Aromatic and ready. Green and fragrant. The prepared herbs are placed in small bowls. They look beautiful in their own way. Bright green, fragrant, valuable. These small bowls of herbs will flavor numerous dishes, adding complexity and depth. The work to prepare them seems disproportionate to their volume. Hours of work for a few cups of herbs. But that's how it is. Every ingredient, no matter how small, requires labor. The herb preparers finish their work. Their fingers are green-stained. They smell like a garden. They're tired from the close, detailed work. But the herbs are ready. They'll be added to dishes at the last moment, preserving their flavor. The cooks will use them judiciously. A pinch here, a sprinkle there, making the prepared herbs last through multiple meals. And so, the vegetable and herb preparation is complete. Hours of repetitive work. Washing, peeling, chopping, stripping. Hundreds of vegetables. Dozens of bunches of herbs. All prepared by hand. All requiring time and patience and skill. Not the glamorous skills that people praise. Not the artistic skills of pastry making or meat carving. Just the steady, repetitive skills of preparation. But without this work, there are no meals. Without the vegetable preparers, the kitchen cannot function. They are, like so many in the kitchen, invisible but essential, forgotten but necessary. The morning has been filled with continuous work. Fires started, water carried, bread baked, meat roasted, vegetables prepared, each task flowing into the next, each person knowing their role, everything moving toward this moment. The first meal service of the day. In Tudor times, this wasn't called breakfast. That word existed, but wasn't commonly used. It was simply the morning meal. A substantial meal, not just a quick bite. Something to break the fast of the night and sustain people through the morning's work. The timing varied by household and by season. In summer, when days were long and work started early, the morning meal might be served around 9 or 10 o'clock. In winter, when dawn came late, it might be closer to 11. But regardless of the exact time when the meal was ready, everything else in the kitchen shifted. The focus changed from preparation to service. Service was a different kind of work. It required different skills. Presentation mattered now. Timing mattered. Coordination mattered. If you were carrying hot dishes from the kitchen to the dining hall, you needed to move quickly enough that the food stayed hot, but carefully enough that you didn't spill anything. You needed to arrive when expected, not too early, not too late. You needed to maintain the proper demeanor, deferential, quiet, nearly invisible. Visual. Head cook doing final inspections, tasting, adjusting, directing placement. The head cook oversees the final preparations, moving from station to station, checking each dish. Tasting a spoonful of pottage, needs more salt. A pinch is added, stirring, tasting again. Better. Examining a platter of sliced roast meat. The slices need to be rearranged for better presentation. Hands adjust them. Checking a basket of bread. Is it properly warmed? Yes. Inspecting a bowl of stewed apples. Where's the garnish? A servant quickly adds a sprinkle of cinnamon. Every detail is checked. Because once the food leaves the kitchen, the cook's control over it ends. It will be judged on how it looks and tastes when it arrives at the table. Not on the work that went into it, not on the skill required, just on the final result. So the final result must be perfect. The dishes that will be served are arranged in the order they'll be carried out. Trenches first, the thick slices of bread that will serve as plates for the nobility. Then the main dishes. Then the accompaniments. Everything has its place in the procession. The servants who will carry the food stand ready, waiting for their assignments. Visual. Dishes being arranged on wooden trays, garnishes being added, steam rising. Wooden trays and platters are the primary serving vessels. Some are simple, plain wood. Others are fancier, with carved edges or inlaid decoration. The fancier ones are reserved for dishes going to the Lord's table. Plain ones are fine for everyone else. Large ceramic bowls hold pottages and stews. Smaller bowls hold sauces and condiments. Baskets lined with cloth hold bread. Everything is arranged carefully to be both secure and attractive. Steam rises from the hot dishes. The kitchen is warm anyway, but the area around the service station is especially warm. Hot food, recently removed from fires or ovens. The servants who will carry it know to be careful. A spill of hot pottage could cause serious burns. A dropped platter could mean punishment. Careful hands and steady steps are essential. Garnishes are added at the last moment. A sprinkle of fresh herbs on the roast meat. A decorative arrangement of apple slices on the stewed fruit. These touches make the food more appealing to the eye. The nobility expect their food to look as good as it tastes. Actually, they expect it to look better than it tastes. Appearance is everything at the high table. Visual, servants receiving their dishes, mental preparation, focusing. The serving servants are a specific group within the kitchen hierarchy. Not the lowest servants. Those are still washing pots and carrying water. But not the highest either. Those are the cooks and administrators. These are middle-ranking servants, trusted enough to represent the household, presentable enough to be seen by the nobility, competent enough to do the job without mistakes. They're dressed more carefully than the kitchen workers. Their clothes are cleaner, less stained. They wear serving aprons, often white or cream-colored, tied properly. Their hair is neat. Their hands and faces are recently washed. They need to be presentable. They'll be seen by the lord and lady and guests. They represent the household. Sloppiness would reflect badly on everyone. Each servant is assigned specific dishes to carry. You take this platter of meat. You take the bread basket. You the pottage. You the sauces. The head cook or a senior servant makes these assignments, checking that each person can actually carry what they're being given. A large platter of meat might require the strongest servants. Smaller items can be carried by anyone. It's like a puzzle, ensuring everything gets carried and everyone has an appropriate load. The servants take their assigned dishes, test the weight, adjust their grip, make sure they can see where they're walking. Some platters are large enough to block vision if not carried correctly. Make sure the load is balanced. Make sure nothing will slip or spill. A moment of preparation. A mental check. Ready. Visual, procession forming. Servants arranging themselves in line, waiting for signal. Now they form a line. The procession. This isn't random, there's an order. The trenchers go first because the tables need to be set with them before the food arrives. Then the main dishes, in order of importance. Meat first, as meat is most prestigious. Then pottages and vegetables. Then accompaniments. Then bread, though some of the bread went first with the trenchers. Everything has its proper place in the line. The servants stand in formation, holding their dishes, waiting. The head cook looks them over one final time, checks each dish again, nods. Good. They're ready. A signal is given. Usually just a word, go, or now, or simply a nod, and the procession begins. Out of the kitchen they go, one behind another, maintaining spacing so they don't bump into each other. The lead servant knows the way. through the corridor that connects the kitchen to the main house. This corridor might be short, just a few yards, or it might be longer, especially in larger manor houses where the kitchen was separated from the main house because of fire danger and smell and heat. Visual. Procession walking through corridor, careful steps, maintaining formation. The corridor is dim compared to the kitchen. Fewer windows. Lower ceiling. The servants' eyes adjust as they walk. Their steps are measured. Not too fast. Rushing increases the chance of spills. Not too slow. The food needs to arrive hot. A steady practice pace. One that they've walked hundreds of times before. The corridor is drafty. Cold air seeps in through gaps around doors, through cracks in walls. The contrast with the hot kitchen is stark. The servants carrying hot dishes feel the steam rising from their platters. The warmth on their hands and faces. But their backs are cold from the drafty air. They keep moving. Focus on walking steadily. Don't trip. Don't slip. Don't spill. If they pass other servants going the opposite direction, everyone flattens against the walls to allow passage. The servant carrying the most important dish has priority. Everyone else makes way. Coming through with the Lord's roast, everyone presses back. The procession continues. They can hear their own footsteps, the soft shuffle of feet on stone floors, the quiet breathing of the other servants, the faint sounds of the food, a bubble popping in the pottage, the creak of a basket, but no talking. Absolute silence is expected during service procession. Talking is unprofessional. Noise is inappropriate. Silent deferential service is the ideal. Visual, entering dining hall. Sudden change in atmosphere, grander space. Then they reach the dining hall. The doors are opened by a servant stationed there for this purpose. The procession enters. And suddenly, everything is different. The corridor was cramped and dim. The dining hall is spacious and bright. Windows let in natural light. Candles supplement it. The ceiling is high, often decorated with beams or plasterwork. Tapestries hang on walls. The floor might be wood rather than stone. Everything is grander, finer, more impressive. And there are people, the family, the lord and lady, their children, house guests perhaps, senior household staff who have the privilege of dining with the family. All of them seated at the high table or at side tables. All of them waiting for the food. Conversations pause as the servants enter. Eyes turn to watch the procession. The servants keep their eyes down. It's not proper to make eye contact with the nobility. You look at where you're walking, at your task, at the table where you're placing the food. Not at faces, not at people. You're here to serve, not to interact. You're meant to be nearly invisible. A function, not a person. Visual. Servant standing at attention, formal posture, waiting. The tables are already set with cups and flagons of wine or ale. With salt cellars, very important, salt. With knives. People bring their own knives to meals. With trenchers if this is the high table, or with simple wooden plates if it's a lower table. The basic setting is in place. The food is the final element. The procession approaches the high table. This is where the most important people sit. The Lord at the center. The lady beside him. Honored guests nearby. This is where the best food goes. Where service must be most impeccable. The servants carrying dishes for the high table feel a weight of responsibility. Make no mistakes here. Everything must be perfect. One by one, the dishes are presented. The roast meat, sliced and arranged beautifully on a large platter. The servant carrying it approaches the table, bows slightly, places the platter gently on the table at the indicated spot, steps back. Another servant approaches with the pottage, bows, places the bowl, steps back. Another with bread, another with sauces. Each dish is placed with ceremony, with deliberation, with respect. The servants serving the lower tables don't have quite the same ceremonial requirements, but they still must be careful, respectful, quiet. They place their dishes on the tables, making sure everything is accessible, arranged properly, presented well. No slopping food onto the table. No careless placement. Professional service, even for those of lower rank. Once all the food has been placed, the serving servants step back. They line up against the wall, hands clasped in front of them or behind their backs, standing at attention. Ready to assist if needed, ready to bring more food if requested, ready to clear away empty dishes, but for now, just standing, waiting. Visual, servants standing motionless, waiting, watching, without seeming to watch. This is harder than it sounds. Standing perfectly still for extended periods is tiring. Your feet begin to ache. Your back gets stiff. Your legs want to shift, to move, to relieve the pressure. But you can't fidget. Can't shift your weight, obviously. Can't lean. You must stand upright, attentive, ready. Any obvious discomfort would be unprofessional. So you learn to stand still, not frozen. That would be too rigid, too obvious, but still, breathing normally. Eyes lowered but aware, ready to move instantly if beckoned but content to wait if not. It's an art. One learned over many meals served. Your stomach might be growling, you haven't eaten yet. You've been working since before dawn. The smell of the food you carried is right there, tempting you. Roast meat, fresh bread. Your mouth waters, but you don't show it. Don't think about it. Just stand, wait, serve. The family and guests eat. Conversations resume. Laughter perhaps, the clinking of knives on plates, the sound of chewing, cups being raised and set down, all the sounds of a meal in progress. The servants hear it all but don't react. They're present, but not part of it. There but invisible. This is their role. Visual. Grace being said, heads bowed, servants remaining still. Before eating begins, grace is said, a prayer of thanks for the food. Everyone at the tables bows their heads. The servants remain still, heads already lowered, no need to change position. The prayer is spoken, often by the Lord, or by a household chaplain if one is present. The words flow over the hall. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts. The familiar words. Then Amen, echoed by everyone. Heads rise, eating begins. The servants watch covertly. Is anyone gesturing for more wine? Is any dish running low and needing replenishment? Is anyone dropping a utensil that needs replacing? Their job is to anticipate needs before they're voiced, to see what's needed and provide it smoothly, without fuss. A guest gestures toward an empty cup. A servant moves forward immediately, takes a flagon of wine from the side table, approaches, pours the wine, sets the flagon back, returns to position. The whole action takes perhaps 15 seconds, smooth, practiced, professional. The meal continues. More food is brought from the kitchen as needed. Empty platters are carried away. Crumbs are brushed from the table with clean cloths. The service continues. Not dramatic, not noteworthy, just constant attentive work. Ensuring the meal proceeds smoothly. That's the job. Visual. Return to kitchen, empty dishes. Servants, looking tired but continuing. Eventually, the meal winds down. People are finishing their food, pushing plates away, sitting back with full bellies. Conversations that pause for eating resume more fully. The eating part of the meal is done. Now comes the clearing. The servants step forward, begin collecting the dishes, starting with the high table. Always serve and clear the high table first. Carefully stacking plates, collecting cups, gathering serving dishes. Everything is handled with care. Don't clatter the dishes. Don't rush. Smooth, quiet movements. The platters and bowls are loaded onto trays. The servants heft them. These are heavy now, not with food, but with all the dishes. Your arms strain under the weight. But you've done this before. You know how to balance the load, how to carry it without dropping anything. Back toward the kitchen you go, another procession, this time carrying dirty dishes instead of clean food. Back through the corridor. Back to the kitchen, where the scullery maids are waiting, where a mountain of washing awaits. The serving servants deliver their loads of dirty dishes. Finally, they can relax slightly. The service is done. The performance is over. They can breathe easier. But there's no rest. Because even as they're returning, preparations for the next meal are already beginning. In a few hours, there will be dinner, the main meal of the day. And then in the evening, supper. The cycle continues. The work never stops. Service is complete for now. But it's never truly done. Just pause until the next time. The serving servants might grab a quick bite now. A piece of bread and cheese. A cup of ale. Standing in the kitchen, eating quickly because there are other tasks waiting. Their own meal such as it is. Eaten while standing, while working, while preparing for the next thing. This is how they eat. This is how all the servants eat. In moments snatched between tasks, never sitting down to a proper meal, never being served the way they serve others. Just quick sustenance, enough to keep working, then back to work. When the first meal service is complete, when the serving dishes have been cleared and returned, when the formal structure of service has dissolved, the kitchen enters what might be called its middle hours. This is the long stretch of time between breakfast and dinner preparation. Not empty time. Never empty time. But time without the focused intensity of meal service. Time for all the other endless tasks that keep a kitchen functioning. The fire still burns in the great hearth. It's been burning since before dawn, and it will burn until after dark. In fact, in wealthy households, the fire never completely goes out at all. Day after day, month after month. Just banked at night and revived in the morning. The fire is life, the fire is work, and the fire requires constant attention. One servant is always assigned to fire duty. This changes throughout the day. It's too exhausting for one person to do all day. But there's always someone responsible. Right now, it's a young man, maybe 16 or 17, old enough to be strong, young enough to be assigned this fairly menial task. He's been tending the fire for an hour or so. He'll do another hour or two before being relieved. Visual, servant adding logs to fire, adjusting position with iron poker, managing heat. His job is simple to describe, but requires skill to execute well. Keep the fire burning at the right level. Not so hot that it wastes wood and creates unbearable heat in the kitchen. Not so cool that it can't do the work required of it. Just right. And just right changes throughout the day depending on what's being cooked. Right now, there's a large pot of pottage that needs to simmer gently for the next several hours. That requires moderate heat. Steady but not intense. He judges the fire by looking at it, by feeling the heat radiating from it. by watching how the pot bubbles. If the pottage is bubbling too vigorously, the fire is too hot. He needs to let it die down a bit. Spread the coals out more. Give them more surface area to radiate heat from, which paradoxically reduces the intense focused heat. If the pottage is barely moving, the fire is too cool. He needs to add more wood, arrange the logs to create better airflow, encourage the fire to burn hotter. He has a long iron poker for adjusting logs without getting too close to the flames. He can push logs together to make them burn hotter, spread them apart to cool things down. Rotate a log to expose unburned wood to the flames. It's like a puzzle, constantly adjusting, constantly managing. The logs are heavy, the poker is long and awkward, the work is tiring, and the heat is intense, even when you're trying to keep the fire moderate. Wood needs to be added periodically. The fire consumes wood steadily, relentlessly. Every hour, maybe more wood goes on. Sometimes less, if you're trying to cool things down. But on average, a lot of wood. The wood pile near the hearth is constantly being depleted. Kitchen boys make periodic trips to bring in more wood from the shed. They carry armloads of split logs, stack them near the hearth, then go get more. This is ongoing all day. The ash accumulates at the bottom of the fire. As wood burns, it leaves ash behind. This ash needs to be cleared periodically, or it will smother the fire, block airflow, reduce efficiency. So the fire tender periodically rakes ash forward, out of the fire, into the ash bucket. This is hot, smoky work. The ash is still warm, sometimes containing hidden embers. Smoke rises, gets in your eyes, makes you cough. But it must be done. Visual. Large pot of stew or pottage hanging over fire, bubbling gently, servant stirring with long wooden spoon. Speaking of that pot of pottage, it requires attention too. Pottage was a staple food in Tudor England, a thick soup or thin stew, depending on how you look at it. Made with whatever vegetables are available. Sometimes with meat added if it's for the nobility. Sometimes with dried peas or beans for substance. Always with grains, oats or barley, to thicken it. Herbs for flavour. Salt. Sometimes a bit of fat to add richness. The pot hangs from a hook and chain over the fire. It's a large cast iron pot, probably holding several gallons. The contents bubble slowly, lazily. A servant is assigned to stir it regularly. Not constantly, that would be unnecessary, but every 15 minutes or so. A long wooden spoon reaches into the pot, stirs from the bottom up, making sure nothing is sticking or burning, mixes the ingredients. Checks the consistency. This servant's job seems simple. Stir the pot every so often. But it requires attention. You can't wander off and forget. If the pottage burns, the entire pot is ruined, hours of work and expensive ingredients wasted. So you stay nearby. You develop an internal clock. 15 minutes have passed. Time to stir. You stir. You wait. 15 more minutes. Time to stir again. You also need to judge if the pottage needs anything added. Is it getting too thick? Add some water or broth. Is it too thin? Let it cook longer to reduce. Does it need more salt? Taste a small spoonful, yes. More salt. Add a pinch. Stir it in. Taste again. Better. The pottage servant becomes intimately familiar with the pot's contents, checking and adjusting constantly throughout the morning. Visual. Butter being churned, wooden churn, plunger moving up and down, rhythmic motion. In another part of the kitchen, someone is churning butter. This is a task that can happen in parallel with other things. Doesn't require the fire. Doesn't require precise timing. Just requires time and effort. Lots of effort. Cream from this morning's milking sits in a tall wooden churn. The churn is like a barrel, perhaps 3 feet tall, with a lid that has a hole in it. Through the hole passes a long wooden plunger, basically a stick with a disc on the end. The person churning, today it's a kitchen maid, maybe 15 years old, holds the handle of the plunger, lifts it up until the disc nears the top of the cream, then plunges it down. The disc forces its way through the cream. Lift, plunge, lift, plunge. This motion, repeated hundreds of times, agitates the cream, breaks the fat globules, causes them to come together to separate from the liquid buttermilk. Eventually, the cream will transform into butter. But that transformation takes time. Lots of time. Maybe 45 minutes of continuous churning. Maybe longer if the cream is cold. The maid's arm is already tired. Her shoulder aches. She switched to her left arm for a while to give her right arm a rest. But churning with your non-dominant hand is awkward and less efficient, so she's back to her right arm. Up and down, up and down. The motion is hypnotic, boring, mind-numbing, but necessary. She can hear and feel the change happening inside the churn. At first, the cream slosh is liquid, but gradually it thickens. The resistance increases. The plunger becomes harder to move. The sound changes from sloshing to something more solid. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Getting closer. Keep going. Don't stop now. Up and down. Up and down. Her mind wanders. She thinks about nothing. About everything. About the dance last Saint's Day when she flirted with one of the stable boys. About her mother, who she hasn't seen in 2 years. About whether she'll ever have an easier job than this. About nothing in particular. Just thoughts flowing randomly while her body does the automatic work. Finally, she feels a definitive change. The cream has turned. The butter has formed. She can feel discrete lumps rather than liquid. She opens the top of the churn and peers in. Yes, there it is. Butter. Yellow lumps floating in watery buttermilk. She grins despite her aching arm. It's done. She calls to another servant. Butter's ready. Someone brings a bowl and a strainer. They pour off the buttermilk, saving it because it's useful for baking and cooking. The butter is scooped into the bowl, but the butter isn't done yet. It needs to be worked, pressed and kneaded to remove remaining buttermilk, which would make it spoil faster. The maid's hands, cold from the cool butter, press and squeeze the butter mass. Liquid weeps out. She pours it off, presses more liquid. Keep going until the butter is relatively dry. Then she can shape it into blocks or pats. Finally, it's done. Butter created. Her arm is dead. But it's done. Visual. Servant plucking last feathers from chicken. Methodical work. Pile of feathers beside them. Near the kitchen door, where the light is good and the air is fresher, a servant sits on a low stool plucking chickens. 3 chickens lie beside them, necks already wrung, bodies still limp and warm from recent death. These will be part of dinner, but first they must be plucked, every feather removed, the skin left bare and ready for cooking. The servant picks up the first chicken, settles it on their lap, begins pulling out feathers. You can't just yank them all out at once. Well, you can, but you'll tear the skin and ruin the appearance. Better to pull them out in small batches, a few feathers at a time. Pinch them between thumb and forefinger. Pull with a quick, firm motion. The feathers come out with a soft ripping sound. The small feathers come out easily. The large wing and tail feathers require more force. You have to grip them firmly and pull straight along the direction they grow. Pull at the wrong angle and you'll break the shaft, leaving part of it embedded in the skin. Then you have to dig it out with a knife, which is tedious and damages the skin. Feathers fall all around. They're light. They drift on even the slightest breeze. Soon the servant is covered in feathers. Feathers stick to their clothes, get in their hair, float in the air around them. The smell isn't pleasant either. Wet chicken feathers have a distinctive, slightly unpleasant odor. Not horrible, but not nice. You get used to it. The work is repetitive and takes time. Each chicken has hundreds of feathers. Methodically, the servant works their way around the bird, the breast, the legs, the wings. The wings are the worst, lots of strong feathers firmly attached. The back, the neck, everywhere. Pull, pull, pull. Toss the feathers into a basket at your feet. Pull, pull, pull. When the first chicken is done, mostly bare with just a few pin feathers remaining, it's set aside. The second chicken is picked up. Begin again. Pull, pull, pull. Time passes. Your fingers get sore from the constant pinching and pulling. Your lap is covered in feathers. But you keep going. This is the work. Eventually, all 3 chickens are plucked, nearly bare. Now comes the singing, if that's being done here. Some kitchens singe the chickens over the fire to burn off the fine hairs and pin feathers that are too small to pluck. This gives the skin a cleaner appearance. The chickens are held briefly over flames, rotated so all surfaces are exposed. The smell of burning hair fills the air, brief but unpleasant. Then the chickens are rinsed and ready for the cook to butcher and prepare. The feathers in the basket are carried away. They're not trash. Feathers are valuable. They'll be cleaned and used to stuff pillows or cushions. Even the smallest feathers have use. Nothing is wasted. The servant who did the plucking brushes feathers off their clothes, out of their hair, off their face, goes to wash their hands, then returns for the next task. Always another task. Visual. Spices being ground in mortar, pestle moving in circular motion, aromatic powder forming. At a quieter workstation, someone is grinding spices. This is more delicate work, requiring attention. Spices are expensive. Very expensive. They come from far away. Pepper from India, cinnamon from Ceylon, cloves from the Spice Islands, ginger from Asia. They cost more by weight than most people earn in a week, so they're used sparingly, carefully. And they're kept under lock and key, dispensed only by the head cook or a trusted servant. Today, cinnamon needs to be ground. The cook has broken off a piece of cinnamon stick, about 2 inches long, reddish-brown, woody, and handed it to the spice grinder. Make a fine powder. We'll need it for the apple tarts. The grinder takes the precious cinnamon stick and a stone mortar and pestle to their work area. The mortar is a heavy bowl, carved from hard stone. The pestle is a club-shaped implement, also stone, with a rounded end for grinding. The grinder places the piece of cinnamon in the mortar, positions the pestle, begins to crush and grind. The motion is circular. Press down and rotate the pestle at the same time. The cinnamon cracks under the pressure, breaks into smaller pieces. The grinder continues the circular motion, crushing the pieces smaller and smaller. The distinctive smell of cinnamon begins to rise. Sweet and spicy and warm. It's a pleasant smell, especially after the wet chicken feathers. Grinding spices is time-consuming. You can't rush it. The pieces must be crushed very fine, almost powder. Coarse pieces will be unpleasant in the finished dish, so you grind and grind. Check the texture. Still too coarse. grind more. The circular motion repeated over and over. The pressure of pressing down. Your wrist starts to ache. Your arm tires. But you keep going. Finally, the cinnamon is ground to a fine powder. Rust red and aromatic. The grinder carefully pours it into a small dish, using a brush to get every grain from the mortar. None of this precious spice can be wasted. The dish is handed to the cook. For the apple tarts. The cook nods, takes the dish. Another small task complete. Visual. Various servants at different tasks throughout kitchen. Continuous movement. Organized chaos. And so the middle hours continue. Everyone working, always moving, always busy. There's no idle time. If you finish one task, there's another waiting. Pots to be scrubbed. There are always pots to be scrubbed. Floors to be swept again because they get dirty so quickly. Tables to be cleaned again. Vegetables to be brought up from the root cellar for dinner preparation. Herbs to be gathered from the garden. Bread dough to be mixed for tomorrow. Dishes to be checked and organized. Supplies to be inventoried. 100 small tasks and medium tasks and large tasks. The kitchen is never still, never quiet. Always the crackle of fire, the murmur of conversations, the sound of work, knives on cutting boards, water being poured, pots clanging, footsteps, instructions called from one person to another. The kitchen is alive, a living organism made of fire and food and human labor. The servants move around each other with practiced ease. You learn the rhythms, learn where people will be. Learn to duck around someone carrying hot liquid. Learn to pause when someone is coming through with a heavy load. Learn to call out when you're approaching a blind corner. Everyone knows the choreography because they've danced it 1,000 times. And beneath all the activity, beneath all the specific tasks, is the fundamental truth. The work never ends. Finish preparing one meal and you start preparing the next. Clean from one service and you're setting up for another. Complete a task and there are 10 more waiting. This is what kitchen work is. Not dramatic, not exciting, just endless, patient, necessary labor, hour after hour, day after day, year after year. The middle hours pass. The sun climbs higher, visible through the high windows. The kitchen grows warmer. The servants sweat more. But the work continues. Always the work continues. As the afternoon progresses, as the sun moves past its zenith and begins its slow descent toward the western horizon, the kitchen shifts its focus once again. The middle hours of maintenance and ongoing tasks begin to give way to something more directed, more purposeful. Dinner preparation. The main meal of the day. The most important meal. The one that requires the most effort, the most skill, the most coordination. Dinner in a Tudor household was typically served in the early afternoon, perhaps around 2 or 3 o'clock. This might seem early by modern standards, but remember that the day began before dawn. By mid-afternoon, people have been awake and working for 8 or 9 hours. They're hungry, they're ready for substantial food, and dinner provides it. Multiple courses, multiple dishes, meat and vegetables and bread and pies, and everything a wealthy household can afford to put on the table. The head cook has been planning this meal since morning, mentally organizing, checking supplies, assigning tasks. Now, as afternoon deepens, the plan becomes action. Orders are given, servants move to their stations. The organized chaos of meal preparation begins in earnest. The meat for dinner has been decided. Today, in addition to the beef that's been roasting for hours, there will be a venison pie. Venison, deer meat, is prestigious. It comes from the Lord's hunting grounds It's gamey and rich and highly prized. The cook has a haunch of venison that's been marinating overnight in wine and herbs. Now it needs to be prepared for pie making. Visual. Venison being cut into chunks, dark red meat, cook's skilled knife work. The venison is brought to the butchering table. It's dark red, almost purple, darker than beef. The texture is dense. It smells strong, gamey, wild. The cook or an experienced undercook begins to butcher it. The large haunch is cut into manageable pieces. The knife works through the meat, separating it from bone, trimming away sinew and connective tissue. The cuts need to be fairly uniform, roughly 2-inch cubes. They need to be small enough to cook through in the pie, large enough to remain substantial and recognizable. The work is skilled. You need to know the anatomy of the meat, where the bones are, where the tough parts are, how to cut efficiently, wasting as little as possible. The knife must be sharp. The strokes must be confident. Cut, cut, cut. The pile of cube venison grows. The bones and scraps are set aside. They'll go into stock because nothing is wasted. The good meat is placed in a large bowl. Seasoning comes next. Salt, definitely. Pepper. Expensive but worth it for a dish like this. Some of that carefully ground cinnamon from earlier. A bit of ground cloves. Fresh herbs, thyme and rosemary, chopped fine. All of this is mixed with the meat. Hands toss the cubes, coating them evenly with the spices and herbs. The smell is intense. Gamey meat and warm spices combining into something complex and appealing. Some of the marinade is added back to the meat. And then wine, a good splash of red wine. This will create a rich gravy as the pie bakes. The meat mixture is stirred, left to sit while the pastry is prepared. The flavors will meld. The wine will tenderize further. Everything will come together. Visual. Pastry being made. Flour and lard being worked together, dough forming. Pie pastry in Tudor time is different from modern pastry. It's sturdier, thicker, meant to hold substantial fillings and survive longer cooking times. Sometimes the pastry is even designed to be a container, not meant to be eaten. But for a venison pie going to the Lord's table, the pastry will be good quality, meant to be consumed. The pastry maker begins with flour, white flour, well sifted, for the Lord's pie. To this is added lard, rendered pork fat. The lard is cold and solid, cut into small pieces. The pastry maker begins to work it into the flour. Using their fingertips, they rub the lard into the flour. Pinch and rub, pinch and rub. The mixture begins to resemble breadcrumbs, coarse and sandy. This takes time. Your fingers tire from the repetitive motion. But you keep going until the texture is right. Salt is added. Just a pinch, for flavor. Then cold water, added gradually. Just enough to bring the mixture together into a dough. Too much water and the pastry will be tough. Too little and it won't hold together. You add it bit by bit, mixing with your fingers, judging when it's right. When you can gather the mixture into a ball that holds together but isn't sticky, that's right. The dough is kneaded briefly. Not like bread dough. You don't want to develop the gluten too much, or the pastry will be tough. Just enough to bring it together smoothly. Then it's shaped into a ball, wrapped in a cloth and left to rest. The resting is important. It allows the gluten to relax, makes the pastry easier to roll out later. Visual. Kitchen activity intensifying, multiple preparations happening simultaneously. While the venison and pastry rest, other dinner preparations are underway. More vegetables are being chopped. Different ones than this morning, or prepared differently. Perhaps some will be roasted alongside the beef. Others will go into a separate pottage. Herbs are being prepared for multiple dishes. Bread is being warmed. Sauces are being made. Sauce making is an art. Tudor nobility loved sauces. Complex sauces that complemented or contrasted with the main dishes. For the beef, there might be a sharp mustard sauce. For the venison pie, perhaps a sweet and sour sauce made with wine and vinegar and honey. For the roasted vegetables, maybe just the pan drippings with some herbs. A sauce maker works at a station near the fire. For the mustard sauce, they start with the drippings from the roast beef. That precious liquid and fat that's been collecting all morning. This goes into a small pot. Mustard powder is added, ground from mustard seeds, another spice carefully measured, vinegar for sharpness, a pinch of salt, honey to balance the harsh flavors. All of this is stirred together over moderate heat. The sauce maker tastes constantly. A small wooden spoon dipped in, blown on to cool it, tasted. Too sharp? Add more honey? Too sweet? More vinegar? Too thick? Thin with a bit of wine or water? Too thin? Let it reduce further. The balance must be perfect. The sauce must complement the meat, not overpower it. Must add interest, not confusion. Taste, adjust, taste again. The process is iterative, requires a good palate and experience. Visual. Pastry being rolled out, flour dusting surface, rolling pin moving back and forth. The pastry has rested long enough. Time to roll it out. The pastry maker dusts a work surface with flour, places the ball of dough in the center, dusts the top with flour, takes the rolling pin, a heavy wooden cylinder, smooth from years of use, and begins to roll. The motion is rhythmic. Press down and roll forward. Lift. Place the rolling pin near you again. Press and roll. The dough flattens, spreads outward. After a few rolls in one direction, you rotate the dough a quarter turn. Roll again. Rotate. Roll. This keeps the dough roughly circular and even in thickness. The thickness matters. Too thick and the bottom won't cook properly. Too thin and it will break when you try to move it. About a quarter inch is right for a sturdy pie. The pastry maker's experienced eye judges the thickness without measuring. Looks right? Feels right under the rolling pin. That's right. The rolled pastry is large enough now. Maybe 18 inches across. The pastry maker carefully rolls it up onto the rolling pin. This makes it easier to transfer. Then they position it over a pie dish. A deep ceramic dish, maybe 10 inches across and 4 inches deep. The pastry is unrolled over the dish, draped gently. Now it's pressed into the corners and up the sides, fitting it to the dish. The excess hanging over the edges is left for now. The venison mixture is spooned into the pastry-lined dish. The chunks of meat, the herbs, the wine mixture. It fills the dish nearly to the top. Rich and dark and fragrant. A second piece of pastry has been rolled out for the top. This is laid over the filling. The edges of bottom and top pastry are pressed together, sealing the pie. The excess is trimmed with a knife, leaving just a little overhang. This overhang is crimped decoratively with fingers, pinch and fold, creating a rope-like edge all around the pie. Visual. Pie being decorated, slits cut in top, perhaps pastry decorations added. A few slits are cut in the top of the pie. These are vents, allowing steam to escape during baking. Without vents, the steam would build up and potentially burst the pastry. The slits are often cut in decorative patterns. Not just practical, but pretty. Maybe a fleur-de-lis pattern. Maybe simple star shapes. The pastry maker's knife moves deftly, creating the design. For a really special pie, there might be decorative elements added. Leftover pastry can be cut into shapes, leaves, flowers, even tiny animals. These are laid on top of the pie, adhered with a brush of water or egg wash. It takes time, but makes the final product beautiful. For the Lord's table, beauty matters. The pie is not just food, it's a display of the household's wealth and sophistication. The pie is ready for the oven. The same ovens that baked bread this morning have been reheated and are ready for pies. The pie is carefully carried to the oven. It's heavy, must be handled with care. Slid onto the hot stone floor. The door is closed. Now it will bake for an hour or more. The pastry will turn golden brown. The filling will cook. The wine will reduce into a rich gravy. The meat will become tender. The whole thing will become a magnificent dish worthy of the high table. Visual. Multiple dishes reaching completion. Kitchen orchestration becoming more complex. As the pie bakes, other dishes are reaching their final stages. The beef roast is nearly done. The cook checks it with a knife. The juices run clear. Good. It's removed from the spit. Finally, the spit boy can rest. And set on a carving board. It needs to rest for a few minutes before carving, allowing the juices to redistribute. Meanwhile, the drippings are being made into gravy. Vegetables that will be served roasted are being prepared. Carrots and parsnips, cut into large chunks, tossed with some of the beef drippings and fresh herbs. These are spread on a metal tray and placed near the fire to roast. They'll need 20 minutes or so, turned once halfway through. Someone is assigned to watch them, to turn them at the right time. A separate pottage has been simmering all afternoon. This one is meatless, made with dried peas and vegetables and herbs. It's thick and hearty, olive green in colour, savoury and filling. The pottage is tasted. Seasoning is adjusted. It's ready. Kept warm near the fire until service time. Fresh bread has been brought up. Some of it sliced for trenchers. The trenchers are cut thick, about an inch. And slightly stale bread is actually preferred for this. It needs to be sturdy enough to hold the food. The slices are arranged on serving platters. Other bread is cut for eating. Fresh bread, sliced thinner, placed in baskets lined with clean cloths to keep it warm. Salads are being prepared. Yes, Tudor people ate salads, though not quite like modern salads. Fresh lettuce leaves if it's the season. Herbs, perhaps some edible flowers, violets or roses. These are washed carefully, arranged on plates, dressed lightly with vinegar and oil. The salad is a refreshing contrast to the rich meats and heavy breads. A palate cleanser. Visual, head cook orchestrating, checking each dish, timing everything. The head cook moves through the kitchen like a conductor leading an orchestra, checking each station, making sure everything is on schedule. The beef is rested and ready for carving. The pie will be done in 15 minutes. The roasted vegetables need 5 more minutes. The pottage is ready. The bread is ready. The sauces are ready. Everything is coming together. Timing is crucial. Everything needs to be ready at the same time, or close to it. You can't serve the meat cold while waiting for the vegetables. Can't let the pie sit for an hour after baking. It's best fresh from the oven. So the cook's mental calculations are constantly running. When did that go in the oven? How much longer for this? Is that ready to be plated? Instructions are given. Pull those vegetables now. Start carving the beef. The pie needs 3 more minutes. The serving platters are red-dyed. The best platters, the fancy ones. Clean, polished, proper. Dishes are being composed. The carved beef arranged beautifully, sliced thin overlapping, garnished with fresh herbs. The roasted vegetables arranged artfully. The pottage ladled into fine serving bowls. The pie, removed from the oven, its pastry golden and perfect, placed on a serving board. Visual. Final touches, garnishes added, steam rising, food at its peak. Final garnishes are added. A sprinkle of fresh parsley here. A drizzle of sauce there. A few decorative elements. Perhaps some carved vegetable flowers if the household has a servant skilled in such things. Everything must look its absolute best. This is dinner, the main meal, the showcase of the kitchen's skill and the household's wealth. The serving servants are gathering, putting on clean aprons, washing their hands and faces. They'll carry this food in procession, just like the morning meal. But dinner is more formal, more important. They stand ready, waiting for the signal. The food is plated. The steam rises. Everything is perfect, or as perfect as it can be. The head cook surveys the spread, nods. Good. Service! The word is called. The servants move forward, take their assigned dishes, form the procession. The dinner service begins. Out they go, through the corridor, to the dining hall. The familiar route, the careful steps, the burden of responsibility. Don't spill, don't stumble. Present the food perfectly. The work of hours, the labor of dozens of people, all being carried to the table, to be consumed in perhaps an hour. Then it will be gone, all that work literally eaten. And tomorrow, it will all need to be done again. But for now, for this moment, there is satisfaction. The food is ready. The meal is served. The afternoon preparations are complete. Another milestone in the endless cycle of kitchen work. As the afternoon fades into evening, as the sun sinks lower, and the quality of light changes from bright to golden to dusky, the kitchen faces its final major push of the day. Supper, the evening meal. Lighter than dinner, yes. Less elaborate, certainly. But still requiring preparation, still requiring service, still requiring work from servants who have already been working for 12 or 13 or 14 hours. Supper in a Tudor household was served as the light faded, perhaps around 6 or 7 in the evening, depending on the season. In summer, when days are long, it might be later. In winter, when darkness comes early, it might be earlier. But whenever it was served, it marked the beginning of the end of the kitchen's working day. After supper was served and cleared, after the final cleaning, the servants could finally rest. But not yet, not quite yet. The kitchen in evening light is different from the kitchen in morning or afternoon light. The fire, which has been burning all day, is now the primary source of light as natural daylight fades. Its orange glow becomes more prominent, more important. Candles are lit around the kitchen, their small flames adding to the illumination. Tallow candles smoking slightly, but providing enough light to work by. The shadows are deeper now, the corners darker, but the work continues, visual. Servants. Tired but continuing, faces showing exhaustion, movements still purposeful. The servants are tired, very tired. You can see it in their faces, in their movements. The energy of morning is long gone. Now they move with the steady persistence of people who are exhausted but must keep going, because there's no choice. Supper must be prepared. Supper must be served. And after supper, there's still cleaning, still the fire to bank, still the final tasks before sleep can come. But supper at least is lighter work than dinner. The menu is simpler. Perhaps some cold meats left from dinner, cheese, bread, a simple soup or pottage. maybe some preserved fruits. Ale or wine, nothing requiring extensive cooking. Nothing requiring the orchestration that dinner demanded. Just simple, good food. Enough to satisfy without overwhelming. Still, even simple food requires preparation. The cold meats need to be sliced and arranged. The cheese needs to be cut into serving portions. The bread needs to be brought out and arranged in baskets. The pottage, if there is any, needs to be reheated and stirred. The ale needs to be poured into flagons. Everything must still be done properly, presented well, served correctly. A servant is slicing the leftover beef from dinner. The roast has cooled completely now, making it easier to cut into thin, even slices. The knife moves steadily through the meat. The slices fall onto a serving platter, arranged in overlapping rows. This is easy work compared to much of what has come before. No heat, no heavy lifting, just steady knife work. But even easy work is tiring when you've been working all day. Visual, cheese being cut. Wheels of hard cheese, careful portioning. Another servant is preparing cheese. The household has several wheels of hard cheese stored in the cool buttery. A wheel is brought out. Yellow cheese, maybe 30 pounds with a hard rind. The servant cuts wedges from the wheel using a special cheese knife. The cheese is firm. Requires pressure to cut through. Each wedge is then cut into smaller pieces, suitable for serving. The cheese has a sharp, tangy smell. It's good cheese, well aged. Even the servants sometimes get to eat cheese if there's any left over. But that's later. For now, it's being prepared for the household's supper. The bread from this morning is still relatively fresh. It's sliced. Not as thick as trenchers, just normal slices for eating. Some of the bread is becoming stale, which is actually useful. Stale bread can be used for sops. Bread soaked in wine or ale, a popular evening dish. Some bread is torn into chunks and placed in bowls, ready to have hot broth or wine poured over it when served. Visual, simple soup being reheated, stirred gently, steam rising. There's a soup for supper, not a thick pottage, but a lighter soup. It was made this afternoon, using some of the beef bones and vegetable trimmings from earlier preparations. Simmered for hours, the broth is rich despite being thin. Onions and herbs have flavored it. Some barley has been added for substance. Now it's being reheated in a pot over the fire. A servant stirs it gently, making sure it heats evenly without boiling too vigorously. The soup is tasted. The servant blows on a spoonful to cool it, sips carefully. Good. The flavors are balanced. The barley is soft, it's ready. The pot is moved slightly away from the most intense heat, positioned to stay warm without continuing to cook. Supper service isn't for another half hour or so. The soup needs to stay hot but not overcook. Preserved fruits are being arranged on a dish. These are fruits preserved in honey or syrup, kept since harvest time. Pears, perhaps. Apples, plums, dark and sweet and sticky. They're fished out of their preserving liquid with a spoon, allowed to drain slightly, then arranged on a serving dish. A few nuts are added for interest, walnuts or hazelnuts from the manors trees. It's a simple dessert course, but it looks appealing, the dark fruits gleaming in the candlelight. Visual. Servants eating their own meal, simple food, tired faces, quiet conversation. Before the household's supper is served, the servants manage to grab their own evening meal. This isn't a formal sitting. There's no time for that. They eat standing up, or perched on stools, or leaning against walls. They eat quickly, knowing that supper service will begin soon. Their food is simple. Some of the bread that's becoming stale. Some of the pottage from earlier that wasn't fancy enough for the Lord's table. Maybe a bit of cheese if there's any to spare. Ale or small beer to drink. They're hungry. They've been working all day with only snatched bites here and there. This food, simple as it is, tastes good because they're so hungry. They eat quickly, mechanically. Not really tasting, just consuming. Getting food into their bellies so they can continue working. Between bites, they might exchange a few words. My feet are killing me. Only a few more hours. Thank God it's nearly done. Quiet conversations. Shared exhaustion. The camaraderie of people who have worked together all day and are approaching the end of their endurance. The younger servants, the children, look completely worn out. Their faces are pale with fatigue. Their eyes have dark circles. They move slowly, every action taking more effort than it should. But they keep moving, keep working, because stopping isn't an option. Not yet. Soon, but not yet. Visual, supper service preparation. Servants gathering dishes, simpler than dinner but still formal. The household's supper is ready. The serving servants, who had a brief rest after dinner service, now prepare for supper service. They're as tired as everyone else, but they put on their professional demeanor. Stand straighter. Compose their faces. Prepare to be seen by the nobility. The food is loaded onto serving platters and trays. Not as many dishes as dinner. Not as elaborate. But still requiring proper presentation. The procession forms, shorter than dinner's procession. Fewer servants needed, but the same formality, the same careful walk through the corridor, the same entry into the dining hall, the same deferential service. Place the dishes, step back, stand at attention, wait to be needed. The routine is so familiar now that bodies perform it almost on autopilot, which is good because minds are too tired to think much. The supper is briefer than dinner. The household eats their simple meal. Conversations are quieter, more subdued. Everyone is tired from the day's activities. The nobility from whatever they've been doing. Hunting, riding, managing the estate, entertaining guests. The servants from their endless work. Evening supper is a quieter affair, less ceremony, more relaxation, visual, scullery maids facing final mountain of dishes, water steaming, determination despite exhaustion. When supper is cleared, when the serving servants return to the kitchen with their loads of dirty dishes, the scullery maids face their final and largest challenge of the day. The dishes. All the dishes. From breakfast, from dinner, from supper. Plates and cups and bowls and serving platters and cooking pots and utensils and trenchers and everything else that's been used throughout the day. A mountain of dirty dishes. All of it needs to be washed. Tonight. Before anyone can sleep. The scullery is the wettest, coldest, most miserable part of the kitchen. It's where the washing happens. Where the very dirtiest work happens. The scullery maids are among the lowest ranking servants in the kitchen. Young girls usually. Sometimes older women who have no other options. Their hands are perpetually red and raw from being in water constantly. Their clothes are perpetually damp. Their feet are always cold from standing on wet stone floors. But this is their job. This is what they do. Large wooden tubs of water are positioned for washing. The water needs to be hot. Very hot. Hot water cleans better, cuts through grease better. So kettles of water have been heating over the fire. These are poured into the tubs. The water steams. The scullery maids know to be careful. Hot water can burn. Add cold water to moderate the temperature. Not too much. You want it as hot as you can stand, but enough that you won't scald yourself. Soap is added. Not fancy soap. Harsh soap made from lye and fat. It's effective, but brutal on skin. Makes your hands sting. Dries them out terribly. But it's what's available. What works. What's affordable for washing dishes. The soap dissolves in the hot water, creating a slippery, slightly greasy feel. Visual. Washing dishes. Hands in steaming water, scrubbing with brushes and rags. Repetitive motion. The first scullery maid plunges her hands into the hot water, gasps slightly at the temperature, but adjusts. Picks up a dirty plate. It's greasy with meat fat, stuck with bits of food. She scrubs it with a rag, rubs it all over. The grease begins to loosen. She rinses it in the water, checks it. Still has a stubborn bit of stuck-on food. She uses a brush. Stiff bristles to scrub harder. There. Clean. She hands it to the second scullery maid, who rinses it in a tub of cleaner water, then sets it aside to dry. Next plate. And the next. And the next. There are dozens of plates, maybe 100. Plus bowls, plus cups, plus serving platters, plus pots and pans from cooking, plus trenchers that are beyond reuse and must be scrubbed so the wood doesn't mold, plus utensils, plus everything. The pile seems endless. Wash, rinse, stack. Wash, rinse, stack. The motion becomes automatic. The mind goes numb. Just keep working. The water in the washing tub becomes dirty quickly. Greasy, filled with food particles. It needs to be changed. One of the maids heaves the heavy tub, difficult when it's full of water, and carries it outside. Dumps it. Returns. Refills with hot water from the kettles. Adds more soap. Continues washing. This happens multiple times throughout the evening. Change water, keep washing. Change water, keep washing. The pots and pans are the worst, especially the ones that were used for cooking meat or have burned on food. These require serious scrubbing. Sometimes sand is used as an abrasive. Handful of sand in the pot, add some water, scrub with rags or brushes. Scour the sides, the bottom, everywhere. The work is exhausting. Your arms ache. Your back hurts from bending over the tubs. Your hands are raw and wrinkled and stinging from the soap and hot water. But you keep going, because it must be done. Visual. Dishes being stacked to dry, organized by type, water dripping, slow progress through the mountain. As dishes are washed and rinsed, they're stacked to dry. Plates stacked neatly, largest to smallest. Bowls nested inside each other, cups in rows. Serving platters leaned against the wall, everything organized, everything in its place. Even in exhaustion, there's organization. Because come morning, when everything starts again, people need to be able to find what they need. A disorganized kitchen is an inefficient kitchen. The work takes hours. The sun has long since set. The kitchen is lit entirely by fire and candles now. The scullery maids work in the dim, flickering light. Hands in and out of water. Scrub, rinse, stack. Scrub, rinse, stack. Their arms move automatically. Their minds have gone somewhere else. Anywhere else. Just away from this endless, repetitive, exhausting work. Finally, the last dish is washed. The last pot is scrubbed. The tubs are emptied for the final time. The work surfaces in the scullery are wiped down. The floor, puddled with spilled water, is swept. The scullery maids dry their red, raw hands on rough towels. Their hands sting. They're exhausted beyond exhaustion. But it's done. The dishes are clean. Tomorrow's work can begin with clean dishes. Their job is complete. The last major task of the kitchen day is banking the fire. This is both an art and a science, a necessity and a skill passed down through generations of kitchen workers. The fire has been burning since before dawn. It's been the heart of the kitchen all day, the source of heat for cooking, the source of light, the source of warmth. But now, as night deepens, as the work is finally done, the fire must be put to bed, so to speak, not extinguished completely. That would be foolish, requiring hours of work tomorrow morning to restart from nothing, but damped, controlled, reduced to embers that will hold through the night and can be revived come dawn. The responsibility for banking the fire usually falls to one of the more experienced servants. Someone who understands fire, someone who's done this hundreds of times. Tonight, it's the same undercook who started the fire this morning. There's a symmetry to that, beginning and ending the fire's daily cycle. The undercook approaches the hearth with the tools needed: an iron rake, a shovel, and a good sense of what needs to be done. Visual. Assessment of fire. Still burning logs, active flames, coals beneath. First assessment. The fire still burns fairly actively. There are logs on it that have been added in the last hour or two. Logs that aren't fully consumed. They're burning, flaming, creating heat that's no longer needed. These need to be managed first. Using the long iron rake, the undercook begins pulling the larger pieces of burning wood forward, away from the back of the hearth, separating them, spreading them out so they're not all together feeding each other. The motion must be careful. Sparks fly when you move burning wood. The undercook has seen too many near misses. Too many times when a spark landed on something flammable. So they move the wood carefully, deliberately. Use the rake to roll the logs rather than drag them. Fewer sparks that way. The logs are spread across the hearth floor. No longer a concentrated fire, but scattered pieces. They'll burn themselves out more quickly this way. Next, the undercook uses the shovel to scoop ash from the edges of the hearth where it's been accumulating all day. This ash is grey and fine, but it's not dead. Often there are tiny embers hidden in it. The ash is sprinkled over the burning logs, not enough to smother them completely. That would create smoke problems, but enough to slow the burning. The flames diminish. The logs continue to burn, but more slowly, more quietly. Visual. Coals being raked together, glowing red and orange, heat radiating. Now attention turns to the coals. Beneath all the ash and burning wood are the coals. These are pieces of wood that have burned past the flaming stage. No more flame, just glowing heat. Red, orange, sometimes white hot. These coals are what will sustain the fire through the night. Those are precious. These need to be preserved. Using the rake, the undercook begins gathering the coals into a pile. A compact pile in the center of the hearth. This is exacting work. You want the pile to be dense enough that the coals will hold their heat together, but not so dense that they can't breathe. Fire needs oxygen. Coals need airflow, just less than active flames do, so you arrange them carefully. Raking them together, adjusting. Testing with the rake to make sure there's structure, not just a solid mass. As the coals are gathered, their glow intensifies. When coals are spread out, each radiates its heat into space. When they're together, they reflect heat back to each other. The pile glows brighter, red deepening to orange. Orange touching on white in the very hottest spots. The heat is intense. The undercook's face, already flushed from a day near fires, flushes deeper. But this is necessary. This concentrated heat is what will last. Visual, careful arrangement of coals, creating structure with air pockets, experienced hands at work. The arrangement of the coals matters more than you might think. The undercook creates a kind of mound, not perfectly smooth, but with structure. Larger pieces of coal on the outside, creating a shell, smaller pieces inside. Some deliberate gaps left for air circulation. It's like building a tiny fortress of coals, one that will protect the heat inside while allowing just enough air to keep the fire alive but not burning. The undercook has been doing this for years. Their hands, protected by thick gloves when handling hot tools, work with confidence. A piece of coal is knocked out of place by the rake. They nudge it back. The shape isn't quite right on one side. They adjust. Everything must be just so. Too much air and the coals will burn too fast, will be dead embers by morning. Too little air and they'll die for lack of oxygen. Just right. And they'll hold for 8 or 10 hours, ready to be revived. Sparks still float up occasionally. The undercook watches them. Most die before reaching anything. But you always watch. Fire is life in the kitchen, but fire is also danger. A single spark in the wrong place can burn down the entire manor. So you watch. You're careful. Always. Visual. Ash being spread over coals, careful layering, smothering but not extinguishing. Now comes the most delicate part. Covering the coals with ash. This is what truly banks the fire. The ash layer will smother the coals just enough to prevent them from burning actively, but not so much that it kills them completely. The ash insulates the heat, traps it, preserves it. Come morning, remove the ash, and blow gently on the coals and they'll glow bright again. Add kindling and fire returns. The undercook shovels ash from the ash bucket. Fine grey powdery ash. Begins to sprinkle it over the pile of coals. Not dump it, sprinkle it. Gently. A light layer first, you can still see the glow of the coals through it. The red light filtering through the grey ash. Another layer. The glow dims but is still visible. Another layer, thicker now. The glow is barely visible, just hints of orange in gaps. The undercook pauses. Assesses. Is it enough? Too much ash, and the coals will smother completely. Too little, and they'll burn through the night and be dead by morning. Experience guides the decision. One more thin layer. There. That's right. The glow is almost invisible now. Just the faintest hints if you look closely. But it's there. The heat is there. Trapped under the ash. Waiting. The undercook steps back, wipes their forehead with their sleeve. Their work is done. The fire is banked. The hearth, which has been roaring with flame for nearly 20 hours, is now quiet. Just a mound of ash with hidden heat beneath. Peaceful. Resting. Like the kitchen itself will soon be resting. Visual. Final check of kitchen. Fire damped. Surfaces clean. Tools put away. Deep shadows. But before anyone can rest, there's a final check of the kitchen. This is important. This is safety. The undercook walks through the kitchen, looking carefully. Are there any other fires burning? Any candles left lit that shouldn't be? Any hot pots that need to be moved away from anything flammable? Any spills that could cause someone to slip if they come down in the dark? Any doors or windows that need to be secured? The candles that have been providing light are extinguished one by one, pinched out or blown out. The kitchen grows darker. Shadows deepen. Now the only light is the faint orange glow from the banked fire, and whatever moonlight comes through the high windows, it's enough. Barely. Enough to see shapes, to navigate, to not trip over things. The tools are all put away. Knives in their proper places. Pots hung on hooks. Ladles and spoons in their containers. Nothing left out. Nothing that could cause injury or confusion in the morning. Everything in order. Everything ready for tomorrow to begin. The work surfaces are checked one more time. Are they clean? Clean enough anyway. They'll be scrubbed again in the morning. But for now, they're adequate. The floor has been swept. The scullery is cleaned up. The supplies are organized. Everything is as it should be. The doors need to be checked. The door to the outside, is it secured? Yes. The door to the corridor, can it be left as is? Yes. The door to the pantry, closed and latched? Yes. Everything secure. The kitchen is put to bed. Visual, servant taking last look around, satisfaction mixed with exhaustion, candle in hand. The undercook takes one last look around. The kitchen that has been so busy, so loud, so full of activity all day is now silent. Still, almost peaceful. The shadows are deep. The air is cooler, without all those bodies and all that cooking activity raising the temperature. You can smell the day's cooking still, but it's fading. Smoke and meat and bread and herbs all mixed together. The smell of a working kitchen. There's a satisfaction in this moment. The work is done. The day is complete. The kitchen has produced meal after meal, has fed dozens of people, has functioned as it should. And now it rests, as do the people who make it function. Soon, very soon now, the undercook picks up a candle, the last candle still burning, uses it to light their way, walks toward the stairs that lead up to the servants' quarters. Their footsteps echo in the quiet space. Behind them, the kitchen is dark. The banked fire glows faintly beneath its blanket of ash. Everything is still. Everything waits. Tomorrow, it will all begin again. The fire will be revived. The work will start. The endless cycle will continue. But tonight, for now, there's rest. Hard-earned, desperately needed rest. The undercook climbs the stairs. The candle flame flickers with their movement. They reach the top, enter the sleeping quarters where others are already asleep or preparing to sleep. The day is done. In the kitchen below, the banked fire keeps its vigil, glowing quietly, holding its heat, waiting for morning, the heart of the kitchen barely beating but beating still, waiting to roar back to life when the cycle begins again. As it always does, as it always will. The daily cycle of kitchen work we've followed, from fire lighting before dawn through banking the embers at night, repeats with relentless regularity, day after day. But within this daily rhythm exists a larger cycle, the rhythm of seasons. And for Tudor kitchen servants, the seasons brought profound changes to their work. Not relief from work, never that, but different work, different challenges, different foods, different demands. The kitchen itself remained the same stone floors, the same hearth, the same walls blackened with years of smoke. But everything else changed with the turning of the year. The light changed, the temperature changed, the food changed, and the work, while always hard, changed its particular character with each season. Visual, spring kitchen. Windows open, fresh air, new vegetables appearing. Renewed energy. Spring brought renewal to the kitchen. After the long, dark months of winter, after months of relying on stored foods and preserved meats and root vegetables that had been in the cellar since harvest, spring brought fresh food, fresh vegetables from the garden, new herbs, eventually fresh fruit. The change was dramatic and welcome. The kitchen servants, like everyone, were tired of winter food by the time spring arrived. Tired of turnips and parsnips and dried peas. Hungry for something green, something fresh, something that tasted of life rather than storage. The first fresh herbs of spring were cause for quiet celebration. Parsley poking through the soil, chives appearing. The perennial herbs like thyme and rosemary, which had persisted through winter, putting out new growth. The herb preparers would gather these first greens carefully, almost reverently. They represented the turning of the season. The kitchen servants might not have time or energy for elaborate seasonal celebrations, but they noticed these changes, appreciated them in their own way. Spring vegetables appeared gradually. First the early greens, lettuce, spinach, various tender leaves. Then the first of the new season's carrots, thin and sweet. New onions with their green tops still attached. Fresh peas, a luxury after months without. Each new vegetable was a small gift, made the daily work of preparation a little more pleasant. The colors were brighter, the smells were fresher. Even the repetitive work of washing and chopping felt lighter somehow, when the vegetables were new and crisp rather than old and stored. The kitchen itself was more pleasant in spring. The windows could be opened. Fresh air could flow through. After months of keeping the cold out, having air circulation was wonderful. Yes, the kitchen still got hot from the fire, but now there was relief, breezes, the smell of growing things drifting in from the garden. The servants still sweated, still worked in difficult conditions, but conditions were better than they had been. Spring also meant more work in some ways. The garden needed tending. Kitchen servants might be sent to help with weeding, with planting. This was outdoor work, which was a change from being inside constantly. Some servants welcomed it. Others found the sun and wind after so much time indoors to be harsh. But welcome or not, when the garden needed hands, kitchen servants provided them. Visual, summer kitchen, bright light, heat intense, abundance of produce, preservation work beginning. Summer brought abundance and heat, both in excess. The kitchen garden produced prolifically. More vegetables than could be immediately consumed, which was good because those vegetables needed to be preserved for winter. But that meant additional work. Endless additional work. The regular cooking and cleaning and daily tasks continued, but now preservation was added to the load. The heat was oppressive. The fire that kept the kitchen warm in winter made it unbearable in summer. Standing near the hearth was like standing in an oven. The servants working closest to the fire, the spit turners, the pot stirrers, the cooks, suffered terribly. Drenched in sweat within minutes. Faces so red they looked sunburned, dizzy from heat. But the work had to be done. Meat still needed roasting. Potages still needed stirring. Fire still needed tending. There was no summer break for the fire. The servants working farther from the fire fared better, but not much. The whole kitchen was hot. Stone walls that retained cold in winter now retained heat. Even with windows open, even with doors propped for air circulation, the kitchen was stifling. Everyone sweated. Everyone suffered. Water had to be drunk constantly, or you'd collapse. The water carriers made extra trips, keeping the water basins full because water was being consumed at an enormous rate. But summer also brought strawberries, cherries, plums, apples and pears later in the season. berries for pies and preserves. The fruit work was generally considered better than vegetable work. Fruit smelled better, often tasted sweeter. Though the bees that came with fruit season were a nuisance, and fruit stained your hands worse than vegetables did. By the end of a day preparing strawberries, your fingers would be red for days. Preservation work was constant. Vegetables being pickled in vinegar, fruits being preserved in honey or sugar syrup, meats being salted, herbs being dried. The kitchen produced not just meals, but supplies for the lean months ahead. Extra work, extra hours. The kitchen servants worked even longer days in summer, up even earlier to take advantage of cooler morning air, working later into the evening, exhaustion layered on exhaustion. Visual, autumn kitchen, golden light, harvest abundance, frantic preservation, preparation for winter. Autumn was the season of frantic activity. Harvest time. Everything from the fields and gardens had to be brought in and processed. The summer's growth, now mature, needed to be dealt with before frost killed it. The kitchen became a processing center. Vegetables by the hundreds of pounds, fruits by the basket full, grain to be stored, meat to be prepared. The work was overwhelming. Every hand in the household helped. Even servants who normally worked elsewhere might be pulled in to help with preservation. The kitchen servants worked until their hands were raw and their backs were bent and they could hardly stand. Chopping vegetables for pickling, cutting fruit for drying, salting meat, rendering fat, making sausages, smoking fish. Every preservation technique known was employed, because winter was coming, and winter meant living off what you preserved in autumn. The work now determined whether you'd eat well later. The light in autumn was beautiful, golden, slanting through windows at angles that didn't occur in other seasons. But the kitchen servants barely noticed. Too busy, too tired. Beautiful light or not, there was work to be done. The rhythms of season overrode everything else. Nature's calendar determined the kitchen's schedule. But there were small pleasures, fresh apples, crisp and sweet. The first nuts of the season, the satisfaction of seeing shelves fill with preserved foods, crocks of pickles, jars of preserved fruits, strings of dried herbs, smoked meats hanging in the larder. The work was exhausting, but there was pride in it, pride in the abundance, pride in the provision for winter, pride in work well done. Visual, winter kitchen, shutters closed, fire roaring, icicles outside windows, warm interior versus cold exterior. Winter brought the kitchen full circle, back to the beginning. The preserved foods from autumn were now being consumed. The root vegetables stored in cellars were brought up and prepared. Dried peas and beans were soaked and cooked. Salt meat was the only meat for most people. Fresh food was a distant memory by deep winter. The kitchen in winter was a study in contrasts. Brutally hot near the fire, freezing everywhere else. The cold seeped in around windows and doors. The stone floors were like ice. Servants near the fire roasted. Servants away from the fire froze. You couldn't win. Either way, you were uncomfortable. But the fire's warmth was also the kitchen's saving grace. In a manor house where most rooms were cold, where bedrooms might have frost on the inside of windows, where great halls required massive fires just to take the edge off the chill, the kitchen was warm, not comfortable necessarily, but warm. The servants working in the kitchen, while they might complain about the heat, were actually fortunate. At least they weren't freezing like many others in the household. Winter work had its own particular qualities, harder in some ways. The cold water for washing things was painfully cold. Chilblains on hands and feet were common. The shorter days meant more work done by candlelight, which was dimmer and more dangerous, but easier in other ways. No garden work, no preservation work, just the regular daily tasks. Still exhausting, still endless, but without the extra seasonal burdens. The food was monotonous in winter. The same root vegetables, the same dried peas, the same salt meat. The cooks tried to vary the preparations, but there were only so many ways to cook a turnip. The kitchen servants, preparing these same foods day after day, week after week, grew heartily sick of them. Dreamed of spring. Dreamed of something green, something fresh, something different. But winter was also the time when the kitchen truly proved its worth. When outside was deadly cold, when snow piled high, when travel was impossible, the kitchen continued to function, continued to produce meals, continued to keep people fed. The kitchen servants, working their long hours in heat and cold, were the reason the household survived winter. They probably didn't think of it that way. They were just doing their jobs. But that's what it was. Survival work, essential work, visual, cycle complete, seasons turning, kitchen enduring through all. And so, the seasons turned. Spring to summer to autumn to winter, and back to spring. The cycle repeated. The kitchen adapted to each season's demands, and the kitchen servants adapted with it, learning each season's particular challenges, developing skills for each season's particular foods, enduring each season's particular hardships. The work was never easy, no matter the season, but it was always necessary, always important, always the foundation on which everything else rested. The season changed the details, but not the fundamental truth. The kitchen must function. The fire must burn. The food must be prepared, and the servants must do the work, whatever the season, whatever the weather, whatever the cost. Throughout this long day we've followed, from the cold darkness before dawn through the banking of the fire at night. We've seen the reality of kitchen servants' lives, the work, the exhaustion, the endless tasks. But we've barely touched on the larger reality of their existence, the fundamental fact that shaped every moment of their lives. They were invisible, or meant to be. They existed in a parallel world to the grandeur they served, seeing it constantly, but never part of it. Consider the feast scene, the great hall lit with dozens of candles, the high table gleaming with silver plate and Venetian glass, the nobility dressed in velvets and silks, jewels catching the light, musicians playing in the gallery, the air filled with conversation and laughter, multiple courses served, elaborate dishes, peacocks in their feathers, sugar sculptures, pies with intricate pastry work. It's a scene of wealth, power, sophistication, a scene that would be painted or described or remembered, and in the background, nearly invisible, the servants, moving along the walls, bringing dishes, removing dishes, pouring wine, clearing crumbs, silent, deferential, eyes downcast, present but not acknowledged. Not really seen as people at all, just functions, extensions of the household, as much part of the physical infrastructure as the walls or floors. The nobility might notice if a servant spilled something or made a mistake, but successful service meant being unnoticed, invisible. For the kitchen servants who prepared that feast, who spent hours or days creating those elaborate dishes, the invisibility was even more complete. They never entered the great hall during the feast, never saw the table they'd labored to fill, never saw the nobles enjoy the food, never received thanks or acknowledgement. Their work was entirely behind the scenes. They existed in the hot, smoky, exhausting reality of the kitchen, while yards away, a completely different world existed. A world of leisure and beauty and conversation and music. A world they could hear faintly, sometimes, but never enter. Visual, young servant learning task from older servant, patient instruction, knowledge being passed down. Kitchen servants learn their craft through years of apprenticeship and observation. Starting as young children, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, doing the simplest tasks. Carrying water, running messages, cleaning, watching the older servants work. Gradually being allowed to try more complex tasks under supervision. Learning from mistakes. Developing skills slowly, over years. There were no formal schools for kitchen servants, no books to read, most couldn't read anyway, no certificates or qualifications, just experience and observation and slow accumulation of knowledge. You learn by doing, by watching someone more experienced and copying them, by being corrected when you did something wrong, by gradually, year by year, becoming competent. An older servant might take a younger one under their wing, teach them specifically. Watch how I'm doing this. See the angle of the knife? See how I'm holding the vegetable? Now you try. Patient instruction, born of memory of when they too were young and learning. Passing down knowledge that had been passed to them. An unbroken chain of skill transmission going back generations. Some servants discovered they had aptitude for certain things. A talent for judging fire temperature. A knack for pastry, a good sense of seasoning. These talents were noted and cultivated, not formally, but informally. That boy is good with the fire, keep him on fire duty. That girl has a light hand with pastry, put her on bread. Talents were used because using them made the kitchen more efficient. And efficiency mattered. But talent or not, aptitude or not, the work was still hard, still endless, still poorly compensated. A talented kitchen servant might have slightly more interesting work than an untalented one, might have slightly more job security, but they were still a servant, still invisible, still at the mercy of the household that employed them. Visual, servants' hands, scarred from burns, calloused from work, still working steadily. The physical toll of kitchen work marked the servants' bodies permanently. Burns were inevitable when you worked around fire. Small burns from sparks, larger burns from touching hot metal or having hot liquid splash on you. Most kitchen servants had numerous burn scars. On hands, arms, sometimes faces. These scars were badges of the work, proof of years spent near fire. Calluses developed on hands, from knife handles, from pot handles, from the constant friction of work. The skin on a kitchen servant's hands was thick and tough, not soft like the nobility's hands, hard. Working hands. Hands that could withstand heat and cold and rough treatment because they'd been conditioned by years of such treatment. Cuts were common. Despite skill, despite care, knives slip. Especially when you're tired, when you've been working for 14 hours, when your attention wavers for just a second. Most cuts were minor. Treated with whatever was at hand. A clean cloth tied around it, maybe some honey to prevent infection. But some cuts were serious. Severed tendons, damaged nerves, life-changing injuries. And for a servant, An injury that prevented work could mean dismissal. No work meant no employment. No employment meant destitution. Backs were bent from years of carrying heavy loads and bending over work surfaces and standing in one position for hours. Kitchen servants developed a characteristic posture. Slightly stooped. Not from age, but from work. Young people with old person backs. The work shaped their bodies, literally changed their physical structure. Respiratory problems were common. Smoke inhalation, day after day. Lungs filled with smoke particles. Coughing was constant. Chronic cough was so normal that it wasn't even considered an illness. Just how kitchen workers sounded. The lucky ones had strong lungs that could handle the smoke. The unlucky ones developed serious breathing problems, might eventually become unable to work in the smoky environment, might be dismissed, might die young. Visual, night scene. Servant alone in quiet kitchen for moment of rest, peaceful. But despite all the hardship, despite the invisibility, despite the physical toll, there were moments of satisfaction, small moments, private moments, the quiet pride of a task well done, the perfect rise of a bread loaf, the approval, rare but valued, from the head cook. The camaraderie with fellow servants who understood the work because they did the same work. These moments didn't erase the hardship, but they made it bearable. Sometimes in rare quiet moments, perhaps late at night after the work was done, or very early in the morning before others were awake. A servant might sit for a moment in the kitchen they'd worked in for years. Look around at the familiar space. The hearth they'd tended thousands of times. The table they'd scrubbed daily. The tools they'd used until they were extensions of their own hands. And feel something. Not happiness exactly. Not contentment. But perhaps belonging. This was their place. Their world. As much as it could be anyone's who owned nothing. The smell of herbs drying. The warmth of banked fire. The smoothness of a wooden spoon handle worn by years of use. The particular sound the kitchen made when it was empty and settling. These sensory experiences were theirs, known intimately. Part of their lived experience in a way they could never be part of the nobility's lived experience. The servants might be invisible to those they served, but to themselves, to each other, they were real. Their work was real. Their exhaustion was real. Their skill was real. Their lives were real. Visual. Old servant, face lined with age and work, still working but with calm efficiency of long experience. The old servants, those who had survived decades of this work, had a different quality about them. They'd seen everything, done everything, knew every trick, every shortcut, every solution to every problem that could arise in a kitchen. They moved with economy of motion. No wasted effort, no unnecessary movements. Just smooth, practiced efficiency. They were often quiet, not unfriendly, but economical with words as with motion. They knew that words took energy, and energy needed to be conserved for work. They could convey instructions with a look, a gesture. The younger servants learned to watch them, to interpret these minimal communications, to understand what was needed without lengthy explanations. These old servants were respected within the kitchen hierarchy. Not for rank. Many of them had no formal rank beyond their decades of service, but for knowledge, for competence, for the fact that they'd survived when many hadn't. Kitchen work could kill you, through accident, through illness, through simple exhaustion. Those who survived to old age had been lucky as well as skilled, and their survival commanded respect. Sometimes these old servants would tell stories. Not often, not at length, but brief anecdotes. How things had been 30 years ago. Different heads cook they'd served under. Memorable disasters. The time the roof caught fire from a spark. The time an entire wedding feast had to be redone because the first attempt spoiled. These stories connected past to present, reminded younger servants that this work was ancient, had been done before them, would be done after them. They were part of a long chain. And so, the invisible workers continued their work. Generation after generation, names forgotten, lives unrecorded. But absolutely essential, the foundation on which everything else rested. Without them, there were no meals. Without meals, the household couldn't function. Without the household functioning, the manor's purpose, whether agricultural, administrative, military, couldn't be achieved. Everything depended on them, the invisible ones, the forgotten ones, the ones who kept the fires burning and the food coming and the world of the nobility possible. They knew this in some way. Not arrogantly, they weren't allowed arrogance, but with quiet certainty. They were necessary. And in a world where they owned nothing, controlled nothing, decided nothing, that necessity was something. Not much, but something. And so, we return to morning. Dawn is breaking again. The darkness is lifting again. The same servant who lit the fire yesterday morning wakes again. The same cold floor against bare feet. The same rough wool clothing pulled on in the dark. The same descent down narrow stairs to the kitchen. The same cold hearth waiting to be revived. The cycle begins again. Nothing has fundamentally changed. The work that was done yesterday must be done again today. The water that was carried yesterday must be carried again today. The bread that was baked yesterday must be baked again today. The meat that was roasted yesterday must be roasted again today, on and on, endlessly. This is the nature of kitchen work. Not building towards something, not creating something that lasts, just maintaining, just sustaining, just doing what must be done to get through today, so that tomorrow can be done the same way. For a kitchen servant, there is no completion. No finishing a project and stepping back to admire it. No looking at a finished cathedral or a completed manuscript or a resolved legal case. The work is never done, because life requires food daily. Hunger returns. Meals must be prepared. The cycle never ends until you're too old or too injured or too dead to continue. Visual, seasons cycling past, years passing, servants aging, new young servants arriving, continuity. Watch the kitchen over years. Watch servants arrive as children and age into adults. Watch adults age into old servants. Watch old servants eventually leave. Through retirement if they're lucky. Through inability to continue if they're not. Through death sometimes. And watch new children arrive to take their places. The faces change, but the work remains constant. The fire is lit. The water is carried. The bread is baked. The cycle continues. Some servants spend their entire lives in one kitchen. Arriving as children of 8 or 9, assigned to the manor house from the village or brought from elsewhere. Learning the work, growing skilled, growing old, and eventually leaving, one way or another, having spent perhaps 40 or 50 years in the same kitchen. They might have seen 3 or 4 heads of the household, multiple head cooks, countless fellow servants come and go. But the kitchen remained, the work remained. Others moved between households, following masters to new positions, seeking better situations, fleeing bad situations. The movement was more common among younger servants who had less to lose. Older servants tended to stay put, developing expertise in one kitchen's particular way of doing things, one head cook's particular preferences, one household's particular schedule. Starting over in a new kitchen meant relearning all these particulars. Easier to stay put. But wherever they worked, whatever household they served, the fundamental nature of the work was the same. Long hours, hard labor, low compensation, invisibility. These were constants across all kitchens. The specific details varied. This kitchen was larger, that kitchen was better supplied. This head cook was kinder, that one was crueler, but the basics remained unchanged. Visual. Old servant's face, lined with age, still working, but with calm of long experience. Watch an old servant at work. Maybe they've been in this kitchen for 40 years. They're in their 50s now, which is old for anyone in Tudor times. Ancient for someone who's done physical labor their entire life. Their back is bent, their hands are gnarled with arthritis. Their breathing is labored from decades of smoke inhalation. They move slowly now, but they still move with purpose, with knowledge, with skill accumulated over a lifetime. They knead bread dough with hands that have kneaded thousands of loaves. The motion is automatic, perfect, efficient. They know exactly how the dough should feel. Can judge by touch alone whether it's ready. Can shape a perfect loaf in seconds. Skills, honed by endless repetition. They judge fire temperature with a glance. Don't need to test. Don't need to think. Just know. After 40 years of tending fires, you know. The color of the flames tells you. The sound tells you. The heat on your face tells you. It's not mysterious. It's experience. Knowledge built neuron by neuron in your brain through repetition and consequence. They work alongside younger servants, sometimes instructing, sometimes just working in parallel. The younger ones are stronger, faster, can lift heavier loads, work longer hours without tiring. But the old servant is more efficient, wastes no motion, makes no mistakes. And the younger ones watch them. Learn from them, as they once learned from servants who are now gone, as new servants will learn from them when they too are gone. The chain continues. Visual, kitchen at rest, evening fire banked, clean and ready for tomorrow. Watch the kitchen at rest, evening again, the fire banked, the work done. The servants gone to their sleeping quarters. The kitchen is dark except for the faint glow from beneath the ash. Silent except for the settling sounds of the building. The occasional pop from the banked coals. Clean and ready, waiting for tomorrow. The stone floors have been swept. The work tables have been scrubbed. The pots have been washed and hung. The knives have been sharpened and stored. The fire has been tended. Everything has been done that needs to be done. Tomorrow it will all need to be done again. But for now, for tonight, it's done. And that's enough. This is the rhythm of kitchen work. Not heroic, not dramatic, not the stuff of songs or stories. Just daily, grinding, necessary labor. Done by people whose names we don't know, whose lives are unrecorded, who left no monuments, who have been forgotten completely, but who were absolutely essential, who made everything else possible. Every meal consumed in that manor house, every feast, every casual supper, every snack taken without thought, existed because of these servants. Every hour, the nobility spent in leisure, reading, conversing, hunting, managing their affairs, was possible because these servants were working. The very structure of Tudor society, with its clear divisions between nobles and commoners, with its elaborate hierarchy, with its grand houses and refined culture, all of it rested on this foundation. The foundation of servants, kitchen servants especially, working their long hours for minimal reward, keeping the fires burning, keeping the food coming, keeping life itself possible, visual, final scene, dawn breaking once more, cycle eternal, kitchen waiting to wake. And so another dawn breaks. The cycle begins again. The same cold darkness, the same waking servants, the same descent to the cold kitchen, the same fire to be lit. On this day, and the next day, and the day after that. For as long as there are households that need feeding, for as long as there are servants to do the work. This was their life. This is their story. Not a story of great deeds or dramatic moments. Just a story of work. Endless, patient, necessary work. The kind of work that holds the world together even though it's never celebrated. The kind of work that makes everything else possible even though it's never acknowledged. The Tudor kitchen servants. Invisible, forgotten, essential, working their 18-hour days, surviving as best they could, doing what needed to be done, because someone had to do it, because life requires food, because food requires work, because work requires workers, and they were those workers. Their names are lost, their individual stories are gone. We'll never know their hopes, their fears, their dreams, their loves, their losses. All of that is lost to time. But we can know this. They worked, they endured, they survived, or they didn't. And through their labor, life continued. Meals were served, households functioned, and the world turned. This was their day. From darkness to darkness, from fire lighting to fire banking, this was their life. May their labor be remembered, even if their names are not. May we recognize the invisible workers who make every society function. May we honor the grinding, patient, necessary work that underpins everything else. The fire is banked, the kitchen rests, and tomorrow it begins again.